Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for the BTS Pro Series once again for SEA. It is MLP Donor and of course John X Fire. John, we've got the webcams on today. Feels good. Finally on camera for once. Sir, TNC Predator versus Adroit in a best of three. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really excited to see this one. TNC and Adroit, two Filipino teams facing off. I love it. When my fellow countrymen fight each other, it's always fun to see. And, both teams have had a bit of a colored history facing off against each other. I believe recently Adroit has been winning their series against TNC, but in the past, TNC has managed to step up. So we'll see whether or not Adroit will bring their A game here, beat out TNC. They have been a bit middling in performance, or whether or not TNC will clean up their act and take this one fairly cleanly, as most people should expect.
Well, I don't know if they can take it clearly, John. There's a new patch out today, in case any of you viewers weren't aware. There's been quite a few changes, which really should mix up the meta quite a bit, particularly movement speed changes, being reverted back essentially to the way they were. Of course, one of the huge changes was the Spirit Vessel change and the Eye of Skadi change. Spirit Vessel now having an aura that actually reduces regen and lifesteal, and Eye of Skadi essentially having that passive now as well, where it does reduce active healing and lifesteal as well. Some big changes going on, John. I'm not sure how these teams are going to adapt.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that in play. We have seen a lot of focus on a lot of sustain for so many lineups. You see the Chen pickups, the Oracle pickups, the Alchemist pickups recently, and all of these changes do serve to kind of make it easier to deal with those heroes earlier on, especially with that Spirit Vessel, right? Like, you were at the point where if you were losing, you didn't get any Spirit Vessel charges, you couldn't really stop the enemy heroes from healing up. Now you do get some value out of that passive. It's not the biggest amount, but 20% is still 20%. That's enough to put a dent in all of those high regen heroes, and it would be fascinating to see. I think the move speed changes are the more interesting ones overall. It makes it much easier for a lot of people to read how fast they're going. Of course, it is going to take some adjusting for people to get back to those flat values, but it should be different to see how those changes do play out, right? Like, we've gotten kind of used to the move speed as is, scaling a bit better when you have high base. Now you're back to flat values. This should readjust a couple of heroes.
Well, I saw a photo today as well after the patch. There was a Venomancer, John, using the Spirit Vessel, using Eye of Skadi, and he actually made it so they were taking minus HP regen. So I'm not sure if that's a bug. I'm not sure if it actually does damage.
Oh, God.
All I saw was they were losing HP just based off those auras. So I'm a bit concerned about the state of the game right now with those items, though. I guess we're going to have to wait and see. TNC, they've already started their draft. They do go into the first pick Bounty Hunter, which is a hero we've been seeing a lot more often. I wouldn't go as far as saying it's really first pick material, although TNC seem to believe it is.
It's just really strong lane building no matter what, right? You go up to trade, you're taking away gold from the enemy core, you're forcing that support to really just stay poor. It does have really good damage. I think the Ags changes make it a lot more potent as well if you're going to itemize that way. Gives you a lot more presence in those fights. So there is some value in that hero. Adroit do dip into the Oracle, though. That's a hero we've seen time and time and again. Usually is first phase ban for a lot of people. Does slide through. Really solid laning presence. You do have to question, though, how much value are you getting from that sustain with the changes we talked about? Like, the Spirit Vessel comes out, the Skadi comes out later on. The Oracle might not be enough to keep people alive.
10 seconds.
It may not be. We're only going to have to wait and see if we do see some Eye of Skadi's coming out and whether it makes any sort of a difference against the Oracle. John, I'm sure a lot of people are wondering. We should mention, people were asking in the chat, are there going to be tiebreakers if ties happen? The answer is no. There is going to be no tiebreakers. Essentially, I can't pronounce the name of the scoring system, John. I don't know if you can. But essentially, I believe it's going to be based on the amount of wins each team has had. And essentially what these teams are playing for, because TNC and Adroit, they're basically already in the winner's bracket, I believe. So as far as it goes, it's all about seeding now, right? Who's going to have to go up against Fnatic in the first round? Because God knows, Fnatic's looking way too strong right now. You probably don't want to have to verse them in the first round of the winner's bracket. So it's just a matter of who can get ahead and avoid Fnatic for at least one round.
Yeah. I mean, they've looked really strong. I wouldn't want to face them in the first round as well. Pretty much dominant in the entire time. They haven't dropped a single series. They have dropped a couple of games, so you would want to hedge your odds, not face up against such a strong team. Still, have a draft on hand, back to it, TNC. Pick up the Underlord, really stable offlaner. I think it's just a solid core to have. doesn't really tie you into any sort of strat, doesn't tie you into any sort of timing. Just a hard to deal with offlaner, can farm up for itself, can deny farm from the enemy team quite nicely. The response from Android is that Terrorblade, I mean, they picked the Terrorblade first, and the response was the Underlord. I think the Underlord should have a good time against that Terrorblade. You still have to watch out for the Metamorphosis timing in lane for Adroit, and of course, you do have the Oracle to try to keep that Terrorblade alive. I believe it's a bit iffy to Sunder when you do have the False Promise on. That can be a bit off. You have to really remember or get a feel for how much you're healing up. I just remember being scolded for sundering or false promising Terrorblade, so that's something Adroit has to keep in mind. Not going to be the easiest lane for the Underlord, for the Terrorblade, but you have the Oracle. You really have to play around that Metamorphosis to try to bully out the Underlord.
My apologies, by the way, to the viewers, John. I had the team tags the other way around, so now they are correct, in case that was a little bit confusing. Adroit, they do go into the position for Tusk. We've seen a lot of Tusk going on recently, John. Very, very potent, especially with the Terrorblade matchup. Grimstrike, however, will be committed by TNC.
I like seeing that from TNC. You get so much value with just the Bounty Hunter, so it's going to be much easier to spam out those tracks very fast. You can burst down 2 heroes, have tracks on both of them at the same time, and of course you can bounce your Shuriken Toss a lot more times when that Soul Bind's up. So a lot of value from that Grimstroke coming out here, and no other solid combination just yet. The Underlord doesn't particularly do much. I guess Inkswell, while you have that pit out, is pretty great. Beyond that, nothing really strongly synergistic there. Adroit do manage to dip into the Death Prophet, so they've got all the region in the world now. You have to be very cautious about any sort of Spirit Vessel pickup from TNC. I'd say that's going to be a priority pickup for them if they want to mitigate this sustain Adroit has. Adroit is going to have a better time pushing as well. They need to play around the Metamorphosis on the Terrorblade and the Exorcism on that DP. But if they can, they should be able to melt these towers much faster than TNC can. If they pick up the Riki, it's a solid core. We've seen it really come into popularity recently. Can really start to melt those backline heroes. The heroes like the Oracle and Tusk are not going to have the best of times, although there are ways to play around that, but it does take a while for that Riki to come online.
Right. The DP, however, John, did receive a couple nerfs. I believe mostly with the movement speed bonuses from Exorcism. It is a bit lower now. Shouldn't really affect it too badly. I mean, honestly, it's not... most people probably wouldn't even realized she got a movement speed buff from using Exorcism, so I doubt it'll affect her very much. Of course, we do have one more ban before we get to see the final pickups. I gotta ask you while we're waiting for those bans, John, who's looking better to you? Because personally, I look at Adroit and I'm kind of sitting there going, if they have a free lane with that Terrorblade, things are going to get a little bit concerning for TNC.
Definitely. It's going to be rough for TNC to try to match up that Terrorblade. The Riki as a core doesn't really eat through these high Agi heroes as well. Like Terrorblade has high natural armor, he has good scaling in Agi. It's always going to be a bit of a pain to eat through all of that armor as the Riki. Just in terms of raw damage output, it's going to be a bit of an odd matchup. I think early game, TNC should be able to keep a lid on Adroit. They're going to have to watch the timings Adroit wants to play around. It looks like they want to play aggressive with her Tusk, with her Oracle, and with the DP. Just hit level 6 on maybe the Tusk and the DP, or even just the Terrorblade and DP. Start pushing down when you have level 3 Metamorphosis and level 1 Exorcism. You have the sustain for it from the Oracle. It does take a while to build into a Spirit Vessel, so there's really not going to be anything to stop them from getting that push on. TNC, they're going to need to buy some space. They're going to need to build up through their Bounty Hunter, get those track kills racked up. We have seen Bounty Hunter Riki on the same team before, and it does make it a bit more economic for Adroit to invest in lots of sentries. You're going to be spotting out potentially 2 heroes on a map, so it does give you a lot more strength per sentry you buy. It does make it much easier for Adroit to commit to that, which means you're not going to get as much scouting potential from the Bounty Hunter, perhaps, so that is something TNC has to watch out for as well.
No, can't disagree with that, John. Of course, we are still waiting on that final ban from TNC. Adroit, they did end up getting rid of the Queen of Pain, and it only makes sense when you've got a DP mid. You don't really want to have to go up against the Quap. TNC, they will get rid of the Kunkka pickup now. And what's left? How do we finish this? It does seem like they are waiting for their own mid core now up against that Death Prophet. Of course, it is still, like, the Death Prophet is flexible. We have seen it being run in the offlane quite a fair bit recently, so
10 seconds remaining.
wouldn't be too surprising if they chose to switch that up and put it in the offlane.
5 seconds
The
remaining.
thing is with it, though, it's not really the strongest offlane pick. Like, it doesn't, you know.
It has a weird presence in the offlane. I think what's really interesting with this draft is that none of the spirits are banned out. So Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, and Storm Spirit are all viable options here for either side. I think it's going to be stronger for TNC to pick one of those high mobility heroes. Adroit's going to have a rougher time, mainly because you already have the Underlord root, which you have to play around. The silence from the Riki can be potent, although there is nothing more instantaneous than that. So there's still some leeway. It's still not the easiest time. I wouldn't be surprised if TNC opted for maybe an Ember Spirit to help them deal with a Terrorblade. I think there's a lot of value in that pick here. To just melt through that armor. Instead, they go with a Sniper.
Disgusting.
This looks like a pub draft. Sniper Riki, Underlord. I mean, that just basically looks like every 4K game you queue into sometimes, you know. And the Sniper is an interesting last pick. Should have a decent lane. Gonna be rough in the early game, mind you. Like, that's not the best
10
matchup.
seconds
Sniper
remaining.
is a bit iffy in his first 3 levels, but once you start to pick up, you
5
can
seconds remaining.
hold your own at the very least. You're not going to be finding too many kill opportunities. You can kind of work this nicely. Like, say Soulbind comes out, you have 2 tracks on, you can 360 no-scope 2 heroes. So you get a lot of value from the Sniper if you play your cards right. This should help them escalate with the Bounty Hunter with that burst.
Choose your
Adroit
hero.
pick up the Batrider. That's a great way to go into the backline, pick up RML, put him out of the fight, drag him close where he doesn't want to be. And it's just a really different set of drafts from both teams.
It is. I gotta say, I do like the Batrider finishing, right? Because even though it's obviously picked up to try and catch out that Sniper with the lasso, it works well up against the Gabby Riki. You know, Riki is already it has Blink Strike, but it doesn't have the greatest turn rate. It doesn't, it doesn't have the greatest time farming. You got a Batrider spamming Sticky Napalm. It's gonna suck, to say the least. So, Adroit, a nice finishing for them. Both drafts, I agree, look very, very different to what we're used to seeing. I suppose I should ask you, John, because we are at the end of the draft, and there are some high stakes in today's series. Who looks better to you?
I'd have to say Adroit. I think their lineup just fits into their playstyle much stronger. The combinations they can have don't take too much to get online. It doesn't take too much effort to have them work out as well. You have a lot of potency with Bach and Batrider. As you mentioned, even Gabby's going to be a pretty easy target, but I think the main one's really Armel. Just a very targeted pick to that Sniper. We have seen Snipers struggle against well-positioned Batriders, and Bach is a very good Batrider. Seen him play that hero a lot. He can always just hide away. You never know where he is, even if you can scout with that shrapnel. So Bach is always going to be finding Armel, and you're going to lose a lot of value from that Sniper net.
Well, with that, John, we do go into the first game of the night. TNC versus Adroit. Game number 1. Should be a fun one.
Prepare for battle.
We'll see how it all pans out. Of course, we do have to bring out the ever more important betting odds that we do have. Give me 1 sec, John.
Oh, yes.
There you have it. TNC Predator. They're the favorites in this matchup for now, John, but in terms of favorites, I mean, it's not by much. Like, you're looking at about 33 cents there. It's not the biggest deal. So it's kind of a 50-50 matchup between these two. And I can't disagree. Like, you look at the group stages, you look at how they kind of their standings right now, and you can't really disagree with those odds, though. Down at the bot lane, there could be a very early first blood, though. Nice snowball dodge on the Inkswell, but they are completely surrounded here onto Boomy, and Boomy should end up dying, and... Well, does he? No! No, he does not. They didn't have another Blink Strike available on Gabby at the time. He couldn't finish the job off. And although he'll have to run all the way back to the fountain, they do avoid giving away that first blood.
You could still count that as a small win for TNC, just wasting a bit of that time from Boomy. And at the very least, they do secure their runes. But again, they miss out on that first blood opportunity. TNC's not going to be too chuffed. Adroit's not going to be too pissed off about just wasting a little bit of time there. Well,
We'll get into the laning stage. Of course, we do see Gabby on that Riki. Ironically enough, you'll have March there as well on the Bounty Hunter, and looks like he'll be just trying to set up for a bit of early harassment in this offlane. You'll have Tim's there as well. You've got this amazing combination in the Bounty Inkswell, which can be quite devastating. In fact, are they already going? Yeah, they are, Bok. He's just not allowed to follow up his creep wave. March is going to really give it to him. Bok.
Yeah,
Or Boomy, actually. He's going to find a nice courier.
Yeah, I have to say, I really like how much TNC is investing on this lane. You really want to make sure that Ricky has a good time, and that's a good movement from Boomy to find that courier. But Bok's already going to have to expend a lot of his regen. Down to just 2 tangos left is really just going to be drained here, and this investment from TNC does tell me that they do understand what the timing on this Ricky is going to have to be, and you don't really want to have him trying to contest the battle. That's just not a laning matchup that will be easy for the Ricky in any single combination of heroes.
I mean, you look at KP as well in the Underlord. They really gave it to him with that first Metamorphosis timing. Natsumi just moving forward with CML and just harassing the hell out of KP. In fact, they're going to go for more now. Natsumi does spot him out. He'll leave him be for now, as KP is just going to try and soak XP in the tree line, throw out a Firestorm and try to force out the wave. And CML is just going to haunt this man. His Fortune Zen will fly out, but there's going to be no follow-up to it. But it seems both teams agree that these offlaners do not deserve any sort of farm. And they will ensure that they have the most atrocious time possible this game 1.
Definitely. It's both of that, and again, the safe lane farm for the cores are looking pretty darn good. Pretty much uncontested. You do see a lot more denies on Natsumi. He is behind by a couple of last hits, but that's not the biggest issue. March is being chased down though, has 4 stacks, is forced to salve up, but really going to be under pressure. Dips into his Invis. Should be.
Well, have a look at that mid lane as well. Armel and Mac. So far, things are going very, very well for Armel, and you'd imagine this should be the way the lane goes altogether, right? Like, the sniper really shouldn't suffer up against the Death Prophet.
Definitely. Like, his weakest points are his level 1 to 2. We do have Armel at level 3, so he has superior range. Doesn't need to expend the mana to pump out that harassment, and Headshot's just super annoying to play against. There's no counterplay for Mac. It's just going to have to pop it every single time.
What lane? Boomy. Going behind the T1 tower. Or rather, he was behind his own T1 tower, but TNC are diving him now, not really wanting to give all this creep XP away. Boomy gonna go for a snowball Gabby. He won't get that Inkswell proc. But instead, perhaps the goal into Bok now, where Bok is still trying to soak XP, but he's going to have to leave the lane. They're going to try and bring the Oracle in to at least get some XP. Here is CML going to dive in, but he is surrounded by creeps right now. He needs to get out of there. Gabby's going to blink in, and CML probably will die, though no. He gets a salve off from Boomy. He does take one of the tricks of the trade strikes, and they're going to try and turn this Gabby now. The one to have to TP, but the snowball will cancel that off Gabby. He'll be the first blood in this game, number 1, and CML will be the one to pick it up. And what a way to do it.
Oh, the aggression from TNC and trying to really bully out this lane doesn't pay off in the end. Adroit do finally get that rotation out. CML coming in was the edge they needed to match up against that Troy lane. They just had so much more control with that Oracle around. They lost the biggest here they could in that trade as well. Gabby just falling means he has to walk back into his lane, and he's missing out on farm.
Well, Mac, he just finds the kill into March. March looks like he was going to be the one to pick up the kill. Mac had a Fairy Fire on him and just popped it and turned around with the Crypt Swarm.
Oh,
Boomy now going to rotate here into Armel. Can he actually get a strike off? He can, but there's no real follow-up to it. And still, with that kill on Mac, like the fact that he just found that Bounty Hunter, you could argue he's basically caught up in lane now.
Definitely. It's a nice little pickup for Mac. I think the key thing is that TNC, they're trying to play this hyper-aggressive kind of game that you would expect from a droid. But the execution's falling a bit flat, and the biggest thing here is that March is not getting too much EXP in this bounty. So his progression on his hero is going to be slow. That timing on the track is not going to be there.
Bok. Bot lane going to be chased down Gabby. Just not going to complete the chase, and Bok will be able to TP out again. Only thing is, he did TP all the way to the fountain as he had no regen. And it's going to be a bit of a shame for him. He's going to have to make the walk of shame back towards that bot lane.
Yeah, he does get a bit of a refresh. It is going to give some time for Gabby to get some free farm, and you do deny some EXP and farm from Bach. So just a bit of a trade-off there. Still really aggressive lanes from both sides so far. They really don't want to give an edge, right? Since minute 0, they've been trying their best to zone out these safe lane cores and to zone out the offlaners as well. So far, it has tapered off a bit. You do see March finally rotating up top. We are kind of back to just dueling.
We saw this from TNC from yesterday's series. Like, they just like to create all kinds of havoc in the first couple minutes, and then it just ends up going back to normal. We saw it again now. Still, at least you look at KP on the Underlord. He's been able to catch up in levels now. He's hit that level 5 mark, so he's sitting a lot prettier. Much more so than Bok, who's level 4 and is currently being dived. Blink Strike from Gabby. He's going to keep up this chase, but I don't think they can. In fact, they're going to go and try to turn this. Adroit, can you really do it? Gabby going to be the main target. It's Fortune's End and Shards do connect Bok. He'll be over with the Firefly, but they had stick charges. Gabby will heal up. Now they look to turn even more Boomy, trying to get out of there. Do you have another Blink Strike? It looks like you will in 5 seconds, and Boomy, he should be dead. Inkswell connects Gabby. He will pick up a double kill. And Adroit, I mean, it was a bit of wishful thinking to try and go and try to counter that team fight.
Definitely. They are really trying to turn these things around, trying to invest just as much as TNC is in stopping these kills. The only thing that Detroit is kind of sacrificing here is that they're not shutting down KP as much as their own Batrider has been shut down. So Bach is going to have a pretty slow time building up. He's going to have to dip into that jungle, and he's already a level behind in comparison to KP. KP has his soul ring up, so even if he can't quite match up against Natsumi, Natsumi's presence is fairly strong. 1-on-1, they're going to miss out on that opportunity.
Yeah, certainly. Of course, mid lane. What is going on here? Armel, he's getting dived and he's dead. Snowball as well. Going to jump onto Tim's. Mac was in it, and Tim's just can't sustain that. And now Adroit should be able to just grab the mid tier 1 tower for themselves with this exorcism.
Radiant's middle tower.
And you know, we've seen Adroit do this before, John. They're very good at really revolving around their hero timings. And Mac really making full use out of that first ultimate.
Definitely. This is something that we don't see too often. A lot of times you are forced to expend that skill just to find kills. There is a rotation down bot though, Gabby.
He's got no way out. He's just dead. Natsumi joins in, and with the Metamorphosis, they're going to push another tier 1 tower. Even Mac, he found March again.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Just so much movement across the map. So much aggression coming out from
Armel?
Detroit.
Dire's
He'll be okay.
are fortified.
Luckily, he did have his support Grimstroke there to help him out, but they're going to lose their mid tier 1 and bot tier 1, and this is going to pretty much open up the whole Radiant jungle to the way of Adroit.
Dire's top tower.
And, well, KB, he's trying to find the top tier 1 tower, but Adroit, I mean, they've just found such amazing trades already, and they've got a 2k net worth lead at 8.5 minutes in. TNC, I don't think they can play this draft from behind. They need to try and catch up real quick.
They definitely. They need the gold up under Sniper. They're going to need some levels on March to start applying those track kills. They need Gabby to really take his time, buy his 2 items, the defusal and whatever else he wants to follow up on that, before Gabby's going to be a major issue in these fights. It's not like Natsumi. Natsumi can flip that Metamorphosis on, just take a tower, contribute to right clicks. The Ricky's just a lot more vulnerable and a full level behind. You're going to need to give Gabby that space. Really try to stop Adroit from taking over this jungle, or at the very least take over Adroit's jungle up top.
We'll try. Looks like Adroit's not even concerned about that. Boomy gonna get jumped here by Gabby, and Shrapnel will come in from Armel. Mac is gonna be there to help, and Snowball is gonna lock onto the Ricky, but Gabby with a nice dodge with the tricks of the trade, and they will eventually finish off that job with the assassinate from Armel. Gabby not having to dive any deeper.
You know, not to point out, well, not to really nitpick, but I believe Boomy could have dodged that with smoke. Like, I think the Ricky was out of range to break it, so could have dodged that, would have expended the smoke, but that would have denied a kill from the sniper. That's really the key thing. You are starting to give Armel a couple of things to play with. That is just 1 kill, but the sniper is here you really don't want to have bounce in. Once he's up and running, he's going to be an issue. You don't have enough farm on your Batrider just yet to deal with him with a blink. It's not going to be up anytime soon from our bat.
It's going to be a while. And so both teams back to the drawing board, just going to get back to farming. Mac, of course, he does have the exorcism back up, but it's going to be a matter of when the meta's up and it actually just comes off cooldown. So Natsumi, he's ready to go. If you did want to try and get another tier 1 or more so a tier 2 tower, in this case, you probably could try and go for it if you grouped up as 5 here for a droid. Natsumi, he does have a siege creep down to that bot lane, so they may actually attempt this. As we do see KP using his Dark Rift. Where's he off to? No, he cancelled it off. He just thought he may have been in trouble. But instead, the side of a droid, they go down bot. You have the Terrorblade, you have an Exorcism, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They go after the tier 2 tower.
It's going to be a very straightforward push for a droid. Doesn't look like TNC's set up to even counterfight this one. All they have is Timmins. He's not going to be able to get that job done by himself. They are sort of posturing around that mid-tier 1, but Bach is there to at least de-push the lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not looking great. TNC, I mean, they've got great high ground defense if it comes to it, but you don't want to really get to that point. Still, they don't really have any answers to defend with this kind of draft they've gone for.
You know, my biggest issue with TNC right now is that they have really shafted March. He's still level 4 on Bounty Hunter. He's just about to hit 5. Does find a courier for his trouble, but you want that track to be up and running. He gets dusted up.
He's dead. March understands he's dead. He's going to just try and run, but Gabby jumps in. They'll jump onto CML. CML does have the false promise, so there's really no point in that. And now more rotations to come. Bok, he has the lasso. You want to make the play? There's no way to close the gap for Bok right now, so they won't chase any further. That'll make it a 3-7. All lanes still being forced in by a droid. TNC just kind of stuck 5-manning, trying to find that mid-tier 1.
They can siege from afar with a sniper. It's just not a very fast process early on. The damage isn't quite there from a armed Mel. Just a slow chipping away at that tier 1. The one thing that really bothers me from TNC is that they have not pressured Natsumi. He stays in that bot lane, just farms up by himself, no supports around him, no vision from TNC to even watch that area. They do have one ward. The vision coverage is not as good as a droid's, and this is something a droid has been really maximizing. They know that TNC just aren't able to play in their own map.
Well, you look at both the top of the net worth boards. I mean, it's Terrorblade and DP. And I agree with you. They haven't done anything to actually try and slow them down. Mel, he's just trying to desperately catch up on the sniper, and he'll have a Maelstrom up soon, so he will have that D-push potential on the sniper. But it seems like that's kind of what they're locked into. Like, until they get those core items up on their core sniper, on the core Ricky, it just seems like they can't do anything.
No, they're gonna have to play the waiting game. They're gonna have to buy time for the Ricky and sniper. And the thing with that is that the 3 heroes you have left that don't need farm don't really strike me as the most synergistic set of combinations. Underlord, Grimstroke, and Bounty Hunter do not burst people down.
Oh, Tim's, he could be in trouble. Fortune's End. Bok, he has lasso. Mac, meanwhile, will find March as well. But Tim's getting lassoed up. He's going to try and run, but he understands he's probably dead. All those stick charges. It'll force CML to take the kill with the Purifying Flames. That's going to be 2 more deaths going the way of TNC, as they did also lose March in that mid lane to Mac on the DP.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And, well, at least March is level 6 now, I guess. Like, now you've got track. Then again, we're at almost 15 minutes in. That is a very, very late level 6 timing if I've ever seen one.
Dire's top
Definitely.
tower.
On the Bounty Hunter of all heroes, that's a hero you really want to push up to that point much earlier, but they're just not able to. They really have to stretch this map 10 as possible for their course, and the smoke from a droid should find KP.
KP trying to run away. He is quite a fast demon. There's going to be a Pit of Malice. Gabby actually going to be there to help out Boomy. He will go down. Now the secondary support CML also dead. And Mac, he's a sitting duck right now. He'll use up, but he needs help, and help is not coming. Bok, he has left him alone. And TNC just sticking as 5 and it finally pays off. In fact, Natsumi, what are you doing there, sir? Gonna be chased down. Nice little shuriken toss there by March. Inkswell, Blink Strike, Gabby, he goes back in. Natsumi, you can't afford to die like that. Though they're going to try and trade here. Gabby will get stunned up, but now a Pit of Malice. TNC may be willing to go again. Gabby needs to blink out, but they are falling low on a droid. Bok, he's been false promised up, but they have plenty of damage coming in. CML trying to keep him alive. Bok, he'll Firefly his way down the cliff. He will survive. CML, however, should not be so lucky. Or maybe he will be. He does manage to get out. However, mid lane Mac is still trying to fight Armel, who just TPs out of there. TNC, they actually ended up finding 4 kills throughout that. And John, that was worth 2.5k towards the side of TNC. And they do now take the net worth lead.
Yeah, those are really big kills going to the side of TNC. Adroit, they had a pretty nice early lead. They forced the fight in the weirdest spot possible. The snowball doesn't connect. Everyone from TNC was just up ahead joining in. Adroit was kind of split off there. Like you saw our Mac. He was on the lower ground on that ledge, and their Oracle was left up. So Gabby just blinks up, takes the Oracle out. All of that sustain is gone. You have Exorcism wasted now for Mac. It isn't too long until it's going to be back up, but they don't manage to find anything from that use there. And TNC is going to be so glad that they found us. They've got the Urn up and running on March, so he's going to build into that Spirit Vessel in a while. Maybe after a couple or 3 track builds coming out on him. And this is the point when TNC can really start finding those kills that are super high value. They've got the track on, they've got a good amount of gold in their chorus that they can start picking people off. They smoke up, they have scouted out Boomy up top, got Gabby waiting for...
That's the thing. You find a kill, doesn't matter what it is, as long as you've got that bounty hunter around, it's worth a lot more gold than Boomy. Understands he is probably also dead. Tims will be the one to take it with the Inkswell. It's just, even for a support, they made about 500 gold out of that Tusk kill. And it is just looking better and better as time goes on for TNC. I suppose you still do have to be very wary about Natsumi, though. He is still at the top of the net worth board and is still farming very well. About to hit that 9k mark in terms of net worth. But TNC, it seems like TNC are really putting all their chips in Armel on the sniper, right? To just be able to deal with him.
Definitely. It's down to Armel for now. Gabby will eventually reach the point where he can dish some damage out in the back line and take a lot of material.
Gabby.
Oh, Gabby!
Yeah, it's a big kill. Gabby did just get his diffusal blade, and well, he doesn't really get to use it effectively. He does end up dying straight off the bat. You do have a droid now with those ultimates back up, so they definitely could attempt to make another push, but they do appear to be very cautious about how this game is going now.
Yeah, they've got to scale it back a bit. You're not quite ready on Natsumi at this point. There's a lot of damage coming out from TNC that they can focus on this hero. He's not the tankiest at this point yet. All he has is really that Manta Style and Ring of Tarask. Gonna need a lot more to be able to stand there and just fight. You do finally have the blink on Bok though, so you have an option for grabbing Armel or anyone else in the back line that's causing you issue.
Oh, Boomy. Inkswell tracked, and Lasso gonna come out, but the Soulbind was there from Tims, and now you've got 2 heroes you can pick off, 2 assassinates to fly out. It'll be a 1-for-1 so far. Bok, he does manage to run away. But again, it's a track kill on the Tusk, and you'd argue that's more worth it. In fact, they found Natsumi now, forcing out the false promise from CML. They won't try it any longer, and I don't know if the Sunder was necessary, Natsumi. But he does it just in case.
Better be safe than sorry. That's a lot of damage flying out onto him once more. You do see the precarious situation of droids. If TNC focuses everything down.
Jumps in, no lasso available. They pop the Exorcism Snowball to be there, and they found Armel. The sniper's down, and now Gabby trying to trickster the trade away, but he's got nothing to blink to. His team's left him. Nobody there to help as Bok was chasing them down on the Batrider KB. He'll be the next target. They'll Spirit Siphon him up, and KB has nowhere to go. And you know, you wouldn't expect a droid to run in like that without lasso. But they surprise everybody, including us, and they find a very successful team fight.
is under attack.
Yeah, they turn around after expending some big spells there. Like the False Promise was used earlier on. The Lasso was used way earlier on onto March. And they still decide to go in. They knew they had Metamorphosis. They were like, you know what, let's go. We have Natsumi, he's really strong. We're going to do the damage. They expended everything else anyway. And they go in, they manage to clean up. I'm surprised they left Gabby alone. He had no blink target as man.
Oh, Mac. It's down March again. March fuels up. The dust still active, and that'll be enough. Mac will find another kill. Natsumi will be able to pick up the Aegis on the Terrorblade. And suddenly, Adroit has the 3k net worth lead.
Yeah, just a huge swing going the way of Adroit. The patience for them to take that counter fight was massive. They managed to get a lot more in that trade. TNC are playing slightly from behind. They're going to have to watch out for that Aegis now. It gives them a lot more leeway on Adroit's side. Natsumi's not going to be as scared to stand forward. TNC has to be cautious about that bait because Natsumi's just so fine standing way far forward. It could be a problem for TNC if they're always going to be jumping onto that Terrorblade. Like, they have done it, what, 2 times now? Almost? Where the first time kind of works out, the second time doesn't. So they're going to have to ensure that they have enough burst damage to eat through Natsumi twice over. It doesn't feel like they're quite there yet. You know, like, the damage is still somewhat lacking from Armel. Gabby still only has his Fusel. And, even March.
March, thank you for the Roshan timings, March. Always appreciate that. You write those down, John?
Oh, yeah.
Might need them later on.
Definitely. Yep, got them in my head. Thanks, March.
Thank you. Natsumi's going to have the Aghanim Scepter up, John. What?
Yeah, that's going to be pretty
What does that even
interesting.
do?
You don't see that. It has a fear ability, a wave that goes out in all directions and having fear. So that is pretty strong control. That is something Adroit lacks in a wide AoE. They don't really have the best thing to follow up on that with wide AoE as well, but that gives them something.
I've never seen that one come out before. This is very new. This will be interesting. It's Natsumi. Gonna learn that KP is in the tree line. March is definitely there with him. They're gonna try and hunt this Terrorblade down. Natsumi, he does have friends around the area in his own jungle, but he does feel quite safe. He still has the Aegis anyway. Although, KP getting caught, does Dark Rift, he'll be perfectly fine. March will also be able to just run his way out, or he'll have to be a little bit careful. He shows himself now, and they know he's there, but CML. Jump on. Boomy, he actually does them in the right place. March gets caught out. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, Bok and Mac do end up finding Gabby on the Ricky. 2 more easy kills for the side of Adroit, and they just seem to be thinking one step ahead of TNC. And by the way, John, the Ags is up now, so I get to enjoy this. Well, I haven't seen it. This will be very interesting for me.
Yeah, that's something we never see for the most part, at least in the games we've covered. So I'd love to see that effect. It does sound really strong. Like that wave of fear is strong. We've seen that effect before. Something we talk about with, say, Queen of Pain at 25. Just a lot of utility from that kind of spell.
The bot lane, we do see Armel. He does end up taking out the Tusk, so a nice little kill there onto Boomy. And mid lane, Tim's gonna find Bok there with Armel. Armel doing a lot of damage, and Bok just cannot run away. Armel is starting to really hit hard on that sniper. 24 minutes in, they will finally be able to commit and claim that T1 mid tower. TNC going to be feeling a little bit better about themselves with that T1 going down.
Gives them a lot more control back in the map. Should allow them to get a couple of rotations in. Something we didn't talk about from Adroit though. Boomy did finish up his own blink earlier on, so you have a lot of ways of saving people out in a tight spot. We haven't seen it to great effect just yet. We haven't seen Adroit really leverage your blink daggers on even Bok right now to full effect just yet. So we should be looking forward to seeing that. Again, they still have the Aegis. You'd think that you'd want to make a move while that's up, but Adroit just doesn't feel compelled to take a 5v5. They've been finding the bigger pickoffs. They've been clearing the objectives off the map. It is fairly even in terms of towers taken, but that one tower advantage does give Adroit just a little bit more reach.
KP be in trouble. Bok doesn't want to commit, and now Gabby's going to show himself on the Ricky. Bok falling very, very low. He did have the Essence Ring, which does allow him to survive. In fact, are they going for more? Yeah, they are. There's the Metamorphosis coming out. Natsumi does claim a kill onto Tims and now has the Terror Wave.
Oh, yeah.
Would love if it told you how long it feared, but it is Donor after all. We can't have that. The bounty does also get caught out. March does go down.
The Aegis expires though, so Natsumi's not going to have that second life. Going to have to be a bit cautious as they go for this tier 2 push.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wow, Mel gonna find Boomy by himself in the Radiant side jungle apparently.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Not sure, really sure what Boomy was doing there in the first place, but we're just trying to get a few wards down. He will lose his life.
Fallen.
We don't get the pleasure of seeing the Terror Wave, John.
No, not now. Gonna have to wait until the Metamorphosis is back up. And the droid once again just pull back, refresh. They've got BKB on Mac now, so he's gonna be much happier to just stand in front, do his damage, doesn't have to worry about the magic damage coming out or the control. He still isn't the tankiest DP just yet, but you're reaching that point where you're not gonna be bursting down Mac all too fast anymore. So Adroit do have a lot more leeway here in how these fights do break out. And
it's just the sniper, right? Like,
Definitely,
once you've
it's
got rid
just
of the
him.
sniper, it's all good.
Yeah, it's really just Arnell. Like, Gabby has a Yasha on top of the defusal. That's nice. Not enough.
Oh, KP. Lassoed up by Bok does go down, and now they want to go for more. They pop the Exorcism and they found March. There's just sentries everywhere. CML has ensured that none of this map does not have detection. And now they can claim another tier 2 tower, and this is the final outer tower on the map. You don't have Metamorphosis, but you will have it in 30 seconds. No need to rush. Mac will be able to get it. Gabby was trying to go for the deny play, but doesn't quite get there in time. And it's going to be a 13-21, but more importantly, John, 6k net worth lead for the side of Adroit. All outer towers down. In TNC, they are certainly on the back foot.
Definitely are. This is where they're going to shine. High ground defense with a sniper. It's one of those things where it can kind of be impregnable. The only thing that, I mean, at the very least, Adroit do have the Bat Rider and Tusk to deal with that. Those heroes can kind of get that done. I love the build-up from Boomy as well, straight into the Ags after that blink. So they can kick the sniper back if for some reason they can't get their Bat Rider lasso in place. Or, you know, go back, kick back the sniper, get the Ricky on lasso if you have detection, and you suddenly take out those two big cores. TNC still have been kind of waiting around, right? We expected them to be a bit more aggressive with attracts, to try to build up that way. They really haven't. They haven't been able to isolate Adroit enough to really build off Widow's track kills. That is causing them to play from behind. And you do have decent farm on Armel. Like, he has that Mjolnir up, and he is starting to be that machine gun sniper we all know and hate to play against, but he's gonna need a bit more there.
It seems as though Boomy is just always the one, you know, having to take the riskiest to farm, and he continues to get caught out, but you know what? I don't think Boomy cares. Like, Boomy's just getting levels, he's getting a bit of farm, he knows his life is really worth nothing. It's fine. Though Bok, however, would be a problem if he died, but should be fine as well. He does 4-star from Blink away, and it looks like he is going to be out of range. And in case Adroit did not have enough of a lead, John, Natsumi finds the Paladin Sword.
Yeah, just blessed. Every single time, you know, every single time we cast a game, a core gets the tier 3, it's almost always a Paladin Sword onto the hardcore. So, nice little pickup for Natsumi, gives him a lot more utility, lots more deployed, so much more durability, just with that lifesteal onto him. Do we have the Spirit Vessel yet? No Spirit Vessel up on March yet, so you're getting a lot of value from that item. Not going to be mitigated just yet from anything like that coming out anytime soon.
I think it's about time that Armel gets an Eye of Skadi. That's what I think. Armel, you've spent enough time with this Mjolnir. Forget about the Lincoln Sphere, sir. In fact, never mind that. Bok gets a lasso off onto Tim's, and well, poor Tim's can't do anything about it. He'll try to force stuff and actually does run away, but Boomy knocks him out with the uppercut.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And with that, another support off the board. Well, TNC, in all fairness, they aren't hiding in their base or anything like that. They are still roaming the map quite confidently. March, they know he's there. They'll get the Yules off eventually, and March doing his best to die as much as possible. In all fairness, it does give his other cores space to just farm up safely. He's just tanking the gank, John.
Definitely. We've seen that. It's the same story with Boomy. It's the same story with March and Tim. You know, they're giving space to their cores. They're doing their job. And a rough situation all around for both sides. So if someone's going to die, it might as well be the supports. You know, you expend that lasso for a Grimstroke, you're not too upset. You expend a lot of spells for March, who was just standing in that dire jungle for a very long time. You're not going to be upset. That's time wasted from Droid. That's time you bought for TNC. Although the Roshan's going to be up soon, and I believe that's what a Droid is going to be looking at next.
I love the fact that I look at Boomy, and he's just going straight for an Aghanim Scepter, by the way.
Okay.
You know, against the sniper, you've got Blink Ags. Like, you may as well just blink and kick him forward. You know?
Oh, Bok.
Yeah, gets KP again. This is not going to be the easiest kill in the world. Of course, KP does have Dark Rift, though he can't really pop it. Smokescreen going to help him out, though not enough. Boomy just preemptively popping a dust to see if he can find Gabby. Mac almost finds him. But Gabby will be able to get away just in time. And March will also run for his life. You know what? They really aren't giving March a break. Like, he's still trying to finish off that Spirit Vessel. But every time you look at him, he's got a fresh set of sentry wards. Like, just let the man finish the item first.
He can't. He can't. Someone's going to have to play this warden game that the Droid's playing. We mentioned it at draft, but a Droid gets so much value from buying these sentries out. They can see two heroes potentially scouting around, take out the vision as well. You just get so much utility from that set because there are two Invis heroes on TNC side. And so that's the main reason why CML is just perfectly glad to be dirt poor. All he has is a Ghost Scepter, which is a bit of a luxury for a support like him anyway. So he has a way of saving himself if he's jumped by the Riki, or even just targeted by the Sniper. He has some way of mitigating some of that damage, and once more, a Droid will be able to take this Roach for free. Second Roach of the game. That is the cheese as well. So you're going to have to deal with a lot of lives here on Droid. You've got the False Promise to worry about, the Sunder from Natsumi, the Aegis now as well, and the cheat.
That's a problem. So I had a quick gander at Tim Johns. He's going for an Aghanim Scepter. So something tells me he probably could afford to get some wards and give March a bit of a break, but can't have that as a position 4. And I suppose with that ink portrait, it is going to be rather effective if you can get a copy of the Terrorblade. So definitely would be. But you have to remember, Terrorblade could just kind of burst it down with, I believe, Reflection should affect that. Or March.
Not entirely sure.
Oh, that's a bit of a mistake, March. No wonder he has no gold, John. He's put 2 sentry wards down in the same spot.
Oh. 2 eyes to see with, Mike.
2 eyes to see with, indeed. That explains a lot. I think he thought he had an Observer ward there to put like a Tinker ward down, but turns out he did not.
I like that play. I'm not sure if you caught it, but March just went in when he saw Natsumi around, throws out the Shuriken, TP's out after taking the range creep. That's all he can do. He can't risk it. You know, he's tired of dying.
Dota's all about the little things, John, and well, March does the little things very, very well. He just did. They add up. These small little efficiency plays do add up in the end. March gonna run into Boomy now. Boomy happily gonna run forward onto March. They know he's around there somewhere. They get the Warrior's Punch off and March just melts. Just can't take the damage.
Oh man, I love this item build-up from Natsumi. Went straight for the butterfly this time around. No MKB, and that's not going to be out in Armel or Gabby anytime soon. They just can't prioritize it.
We'll have a quick look at the win probability while we're here as well. And you know what? It's only sitting at 73% as Bok gets a lasso
Gabby.
up. He caught Gabby on the Ricky, the Manta. He will be able to walk away for now, and Blink strikes away as well. A close call, but now Natsumi. He's onto the tier 3 tower. They repair kit. Who's jumped in? It's Mac. He wasn't done. He got Gabby on the Ricky just in front of his fountain, and now they found Armel. They don't have the eggs yet, but Natsumi's coming. He's trapped in the shards right in front of his fountain. How dare they? So the buyback will come out from Armel. They do find Boomy as a trade, and Adroit, they're happy with the buyback committal. They will back off.
That's a pretty successful defense from TNC. Like, no objectives fell. None of the towers even took significant damage here. So it did cost them a buyback, but Adroit's keenness to find that fight does kind of cost them objectives. Still, they pull back, they can reset. They know Armel won't have a second life for a little bit longer, around 7.5 minutes. Although that might buy TNC enough time to farm up for that MKB. Armel does do it up next, and that should be a good way to deal with that Terrorblade now.
You say Armel's getting a BKB, John? Looks like he's getting a Divine
MKB.
Rapier.
Oh, he switched. Alright. Sweet. I mean, yeah. Sniper, Divine Rapier, natural combination. You know,
Even better.
You could still deal with that TB.
Yeah.
It all works out quite fine that way. Gonna need some time to build up for it. Like, that's not the fastest farm up, but if they prioritize all their farm on him as they have, he'll probably have it in around 3 to 4 minutes. If he gets that free time. Adroit, they've got to understand that they have a massive opening while that buyback status is off for him.
Well, Droid, they're rotating top. They see the side of TNC. Can they get anything out of this? Everyone TPing. Bok, he's looking with the Firefly, and he may find KP, and KP does get the Dark Rift, but the lasso comes out from Bok. The Dark Rift should get him out. So at least you get a nice lasso wasted. Well, now you know exactly where the side of a droid are. Though March, still alone, but there's no detection on Mac. And for once, March will be able to run out safely.
Rather unfortunate. I mean, March is not worth too much. You kill the guy, it doesn't matter. He's just happier time. I'm unsure if he's actually finished up the Spirit Vessel because he's queued up the Force Staff instead. So, not quite sure if he's finished it and it's in the courier just waiting to fly out, but if he does have that Spirit Vessel, you are mitigating a lot of what's keeping a droid up. All the regen suddenly isn't as effective as it was before.
That is if he survives, which is, I think, is the problem with March, is like, how long am I going to be available in a team fight anyway to have that aura going? And well, a droid smoking up now mid lane. They want to try and go for something. You do have the meta, you do have Exorcism, and they're starting to move forward. A smoke up from TNC now. They don't want to reveal where they are. Meanwhile, Natsumi, he does finish off an Eye of Skadi on the Terrorblade, so you have that available. That is the new Eye of Skadi. Lasso. Bok, who is he found? It's going to be KP on the Underlord. They really don't want this Underlord surviving through the next team fight, and he has no buyback. He doesn't have the gold for it. That'll be the first T3 tower of the game going down, and Natsumi will take the melee barracks very, very quick. They'll try to repair kit, but it just does nothing.
Straight in, next objective. It's really easy. You've got that Terrorblade, you've got Mega up, although they are playing a bit more cautiously. They do not have the lasso. They almost have a kick on Boomy, but not quite. 300 gold until the exit out. And of course he has to ferry that out anyway, so gonna play a bit more cautiously without that catch. And it's gonna be happy with one set of racks. First racks of the game, going the way of a droid. Does give him a lot more control. 22k net worth lead. TNC still lagging severely behind. Armel is inching closer towards his Divine, though.
Is that going to make... I mean, it's going to make a huge difference for TNC, because then it's going to be like, how do you breach the high ground? But once you have that Tusk Ags up, like Boomy's been real on point with this Tusk play today. It feels like as soon as you get kicked away, the game's kind of over. Like once the Divine's gone, that's it.
That it's something that TNC has to be cautious about. Even without that kick, right? You have the lasso that Bach has. If they really need to target our meltdown, they've got the lasso anyway. They've just got the backup in Boomy now as well, so they can take riskier plays. I believe it's flying out right now, so you're going to have that tool for the next high ground siege.
Are scanning.
Very nice. There it is. Boomy does have the Ags up. They will split out March, taking the outpost, and they're going to try and take it back in time. But Boomy, he says no. I'm sick of March. I want him dead. That's exactly what Boomy does. He'll take out the bounty hunter once again. They do manage to get the outpost back before that 40-minute mark ticks. And speaking of 40-minute mark, John, we do have tier 4 items.
Oh yeah. A lot of them popping out. Ninja gear being dropped by Natsumi. I believe he just sends it back. He's keen to use that himself. Because the Paladin Sword is just a bit too... that innate lifesteal without taking up an extra slot. Lots of value in that.
You wouldn't mind keeping the Illusionist Cape on the Terrorblade, though. And he does.
That'd be really good.
Yeah.
Just gives you a lot more from those illusions. They already hit like trucks. So when Metamorph up, you pop that Manta, you pop the Conjure Image, you will basically melt all those towers.
You know what? I thought Adroit, they may wait for the next Roshan, but no, they want to go now. Mel has the Divine Rapier up, however. Bok blinks in, couldn't quite find the lasso. The tier 3 being healed up by that repair kit. They'll commit to Fortify.
Structures are fortified.
It's not going to be the easiest high ground, as that Divine makes it very, very hard. Mac, get rooted up. He'll be alright for now. He'll use those spider legs and walk away, although I can't say the same for CML. He does end up dying by Gabby. Still Natsumi will turn around. There's the fear coming up from Natsumi, but it was a bit too late. And without that Oracle, I don't think you make the push any longer, and they do back out.
Now, a lot of caution here from Adroit. You can see that the investment into Armel is paying off. So they've got high ground defense 4 days. They can't manage to save their tier 3s. The racks are still up and standing. And TNC's going to be very happy with how that went so far. Adroit's going to have to wait until the next Metamorphosis is up. So there's going to be some downtime for them. And that's something that TNC can maximize. Trying to group up around a Roche, but that's still about a minute off. Not going to be able to find that just yet.
TNC now feeling much more comfortable across the map, however. And, well, they'll take over the Dire Jungle for a little bit. They'll get a few more tier 4 items. In fact, Witless Shaco, a very nice item for KB, who's really hasn't been as tanky as you would have liked to see from an Underlord. And now, Adroit, smoked up. They're going to scout out that Roshan pit, though it is about 10 seconds away from respawning. It's going to be an extremely important Roshan for this next high ground attempt for Adroit. And TNC, I don't think they can really afford to allow it to go down to Adroit. I think they have to fight this.
Definitely. They've got some tools to help them out here. Like, we haven't mentioned it, but Gabby does have the Nullifier, so it gets a lot easier for him to trap someone in his Tricks of the Trade. It gets much easier to burst people down. They really can't escape. Not even that Ghost Scepter is going to save anyone. So, if he can catch the back line, there's no way for CML to save himself in that case. And I think that's going to be key for TNC. We saw what happened when Adroit lost their Oracle early on. They become hesitant to fight. They just always have to try to find CML in the back. With that Nullifier, it should be pretty easy work for Gabby.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, Tim's gonna lose his point booster in the courier. Yeah, he was about 100 gold off the Aghanim Scepter, but now with that point booster down, even once he does have the gold, it's gonna be gone for 3 minutes. And Adroit, they will get started on the Roshan.
Ag Blessing in there as well. Wonder who they're going to prioritize it on. Perhaps the Batrider for the lasso chain?
I mean, you wouldn't mind giving it to the DP, right? Like,
yeah, the damage is pretty nice. I'd say the utility from a double lasso is much stronger at this point, but it really depends on what they want more.
Oh, it looks like they've actually given it to Natsumi. Natsumi will send his Ags back. Wait, where is the Ags?
It's still in his backpack.
Okay, he's got it in the backpack. So he took the blessing. He's got the Ags in the backpack. Gonna sell that back. That is a pretty greedy play to say the least. But I suppose there aren't really the best Aghanim Scepter upgrades in the team. And in fact, bot lane, they found KP. Kick him back towards his own outpost. And Natsumi's gonna TP in.
This extra slot on Natsumi has got to pay off, right? Like, I think there is a lot of value in just giving... Oh, actually, Bach already has one. He has a blessing as well. Okay.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
So you do have the Ags up. Scythe device now also up on Mac. And they're going to make the push. Natsumi, top racks. It will go down very, very easily. And Exorcism will be popped straight down to the bot lane. Armel smoked up with his team, but it is already broken. Mac going to move in, and Gabby will jump straight in, forcing the BKB out of Mac, but now the side device onto Gabby. He gets forced up forward. The Pit of Malice is going to be quite nice, but you've really only caught the task. And nobody ends up dying thanks to that false promise from CML. And Natsumi is still hitting away at that tower. What do you do about this? That's Megas. Of course, TNC may go for a fun. Yeah, Gabby, he jumps in with the nullify, with the smoke screen, but there is an Aegis, and now the double lasso coming out. Out from Bach. That's going to be devastating here for TNC, as they're going to lose one in our mill. They'll lose the Grimstroke as well, both by a back, but now March has died back on the Bounty Hunter. Can they find KP a second time? They can't for now. The Soulbind comes out from Tims with the double silence and the TP stun to fall low. He sunders his darn Death Prophet Mac. He doesn't have Aegis, so he can't really risk dying. False promise, going to keep him alive. He's going to try and TP, but the Pit of Malice KP going to keep him in. They're going to find a huge kill onto Natsumi. But you've lost Mega Creeps. It's tough.
It's a hard situation for TNC, right? Like, they had to expend the buybacks again. I believe they're going to be down on the next defense. It's going to be much harder for them. No buybacks left? Yeah, no buybacks left in any of them. There is gold lacking for Gabby's buyback as well, so he's going to need to farm up to get that up and running. I mean, they do manage to get a big kill in at least cleaning up that Terrorblade, his second time to die, but they're going to have to try to find an objective here. There's no Roshan, so all they can really hope for is to put the tower down.
Where did Armel's Divine go?
Dire's middle tower is under
It's on the Tusk.
Oh,
that's right. He did buy back, but Boomy has the Divine on the Tusker.
Oh man. Oh god. Yeah, that's gonna be painful.
Dire's middle tower.
Just blink in and punch.
Kicks him back. KP loses almost half his HP from that. Pit of Malice going to be there, though. You don't want to give that Divine back, but KP, give him the Walrus Punch. There it is, losing a lot more HP as well. KP will survive through it, as Natsumi now will move in with the fear. Though Soulbind is going to come out. The Ink Portrait, did he actually get one? He did. It does end up killing CML. That portrait does hit hard, but not hard enough, as now Boomy is continuing to chase. Gabby does not want to get punched in the face right now, but it looks like he has no choice. He gets punched. The Divine is gone on Boomy, but the GG's been called anyway. The game's over. Who ended up with the Divine in the end anyway? It was the Terrorblade. He does end up grabbing it.
A droid, just really giving it to TNC. It looked like TNC had a couple of things going for themselves. The last pick, Sniper, was definitely a bit of a surprise, but in the end, a droid just gets everything they want from the game. TNC really invested in a lot of early aggression. They shafted March way too hard, and that was a big factor. They never got a good timing on their Bounty Hunter. They never built up through those track kills, and when you have a Bounty Hunter in draft, with a Riki, with a Sniper, you need to build up with those early kills. It never happened for TNC. They went for the desperation play with that Divine. Doesn't pay off. A droid does clean it up.
Well, with that, John, of course, we are going to have our second game of this best of 3 coming up in about 10 minutes from now. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. We'll see you all again when that draft does begin, and we'll see how game number 2 turns out. Won't be too long.
made for live betting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for the second game of this best of three series between TNC, Predator, and Adroit. It is MLP Dota, and of course, the lovely John X Fire. John, you look fabulous today, sir, as per usual. Gotta admit though, you're looking a little bit tired, sir. Have you had your coffee? Have you had some energy drink today?
Not yet, but I've got one on hand. You can see it behind me. It's right there when I need it. I can't open it right now because my bed is not a very solid surface, but I've got even more there as well.
Right.
All set for it.
Thank you for that. I do enjoy the body pillow you've got behind you as well.
Yeah.
It's very nice, Joe. I can see you're a very big fan. By the way, thank you, of course, to the sponsors of the BTS Pro Series, Monster Energy, and of course, LootBet. TNC Predator, John. I don't mean to talk about this team in such a negative light, but what is going on? They aren't looking the same. They're not like they used to be. Their drafts have been different. I appreciate the experimentation. In terms of gameplay, it just hasn't been kind of molding together. What's happening?
I think they've got to adjust their playstyle. The execution just kind of fell flat. You had March on the Bounty Hunter who could not really find the track kills for his team. They didn't play around those track kills as well. They never finished something like a Spirit Vessel to deal with the Oracle earlier on. They did have a way of dealing with him with Gabby, but that was so far into the game that it was a bit too late at that point. I think if TNC is going to draft something like the Bounty Hunter again, something with 2 greedy cores, they have to be able to buy that space. The tricky thing is that Adroit is the kind of team that won't give you that. Their playstyle is just online all the time, running down at you. You have to be ready for that. So I don't think TNC can afford 2 greedy cores like the Sniper Ricky. They're going to have to go with something a bit more selfless. Even KP's Underlord. Like, it doesn't take too much farm, sure, but it needs other cores to really get stuff done for it. It provides great control, great DOT, but needs something built on top of that. And they just didn't have that in the last draft for TNC. I would like to see that corrected. One thing as well, when you're playing against a droid, you notice these ban-outs. They have to ban out the Tusk. They have to ban out that clock because of the options they have with Boomy and Bach. These guys just play these kinds of playmaking heroes in the pause 3, pause 4 really well. And you have to expend those bans on those heroes. So a lot of higher priority heroes do slide through that a droid can pick up. Like this time around, Magnus PA not back. So that's something a droid can fall back to if they wanted.
Well, for now, John, Adroit, they do go into the first pick, Chen. Chen was available. They did have to ban out those clocks, those tasks, those earth shakers. And so the Chen goes through for Adroit, and we know they love running this hero. TNC definitely should have seen this coming. Like, this should not be a surprise to them. Adroit always takes it if it's available. They should have a game plan for this, and for now, they're going to pick up the Centaur, and they are going to go back into the Tim's Grimstroke. You know, I'll be frank, John. I can see why you go the Grimstroke route. Obviously, it has amazing wave clear with the Stroke of Fate. Thing is, though, when we're talking about Tim's, I feel like if you're going to have this tough of a time up against a team like Adroit, you've got to give him the big playmaking heroes. Like, because he's the guy that can really carry the team if it's required. And I just don't think he can do that with a Grimstroke.
It's not the flashiest hero. It still gives you a lot in terms of team fight. It still gives you a lot of value as well. I think the Centaur Grimstroke combination is pretty potent. The Stomp, the Inkswell on top of that. Not too much for the Soulbind, I guess. Perhaps a double edge split with that Soulbind is pretty nice. Not the strongest combination you would want to build on top of that for TNC. That's something we always look for when the Grimstroke comes out. Really strong partners to make use of that doubled spell cast. But just this combination alone does give you great control. Adroit responds straight up with a Troll Warlord. This is a hero that it's just going to run up at you. You're not going to be able to burst it down if you don't get the control off. You have the Chen to help sustain him anyway. It's playing into what Adroit likes. They like running at you early on. They like having these heroes that just stay online, aren't under any threat, even without farm. And the Chen Troll is just what they like from their draft. They're just going to run at you. They hit level 6 in the Chen. Their push is sustained. Their fight is sustained. They've got that hero once more that keeps them alive. You do have to wonder from TNC whether or not, with this kind of draft, with the game plan that Adroit has in mind, they need something that can stop that regen. They go with the IO themselves to give them some regen out. So they have sustainability, they have presence globally, they have great ways to start these fights. We don't know the combination of the IO just yet. Although IO Centaur, I guess, is pretty decent, but you want something else coming out. I don't want to see the Gyrocopter. That's really it. I don't want to see the Gyrocopter coming out from TNC. It can be decent here, but I'm just tired of it.
Aren't we all, John? Aren't we all? Adroit, they do go for the Magnus pickup, something we love to watch. Oh, there it is, TNC. They do pick up the Gyrocopter. I mean, what are you going to do? You have an IO, you take the Gyro, makes enough sense. I still think, I mean, we both agree, this hero just feels so lackluster every time we see it. On paper, it dishes out so much damage. But when you watch him dishing out that damage, it doesn't feel that effective. Like, whoa, my dog's going ballistic. But what was it the other day? There was OG was playing a Gyrocopter. Samel literally had to get 3 Divine Rapiers for the hero to be effective. I mean, come on now. I think this hero isn't strong enough to be viable. But I guess with the IO, it may be pretty good. Maybe.
It has a lot more leeway with the IO. Like, you can get a lot more done. You have a lot more allowances to really start the pressure. But Adroit, you've given them the Magnus. They have the Troll. That was going to come out every single time. I believe that's either... I think that's actually the Boomy hero. So you're going to have Boomy on the Magnus, just supporting his Troll, getting the R piece off. It should be a Bok Batrider once more. So you've got these playmaking heroes set up for Adroit. You've got the sustain from the Chen. You've got the laning presence from the Chen, from the Batrider. And TNC, they have a Gyrocopter, which has the IO. Yeah, great. You have great sustain, at least in that sense. You can kind of hold up lane out. You don't really have a great combination with the Grimstroke. Again, we were kind of stretching it with the Centaur, but there's no one here that really will benefit from the Soulbind. That's a bit of an issue, because the control you get is nice, but the best cases with Grimstroke have been, in my viewing, it's been with a Doom or a Lina. Just getting double Doom or instantly bursting 2 heroes down. You're not getting that with this lineup from TNC. They still have room for something bursty at the end. It is looking, but if you need to buy space for their Gyrocopter, and Adroit, we saw it last game, they do not give space away.
I guess I could somewhat defend the Gyro. Like, if I had to, I guess there were a lot of gold changes on the map, right? A lot of gold has been removed from the Dota 2 economy. Up against the Chen, who does provide you a lot more gold, assuming you can take down the creeps. I suppose in a team fight, if the Gyro can get a flat cannon off, essentially taking down those Chen creeps will give you, 200-300 gold. So it is, you do have that. I don't know. I'm not even going to bother trying to defend the Gyro. It's just, forget about it. Forget it. TNC, we'll see how they finish this draft off. They do ban out the Void Spirit as their final ban, and I have to agree with that. If there's one hero that can really jump in on an IO and just destroy the hero, it is probably the Void Spirit. Adroit will get rid of the Queen of Pain, and they take the Storm, which is another hero that can do the exact same thing.
Exactly. Like, they've still got a great way of jumping in there, of bursting down that IO straight up. You don't have the control here from TNC. Like, right? You don't have any way of keeping the Storm in place. You could throw the Soulbind, hope the Storm's latching onto someone else. I guess that's it. But nothing instantaneous there to keep that Storm Spirit down.
Remaining.
So you can expect it to really just have a free time. Mac is just going to be able to zip around wherever he wanted to. I believe the Ember Spirit would have been a bit of a stronger combination. You do have the Magnus around for the free empower, right? You're going to get so much value from your Sleight of Fist, but Storm Spirit's equally as good and much more slippery to deal with. So I like that pick coming out here from a Droid. TNC has to bring out something here in their last pick to really carry them through in that early game. They need to shut down this aggression that Droid is looking to pump out. I think Alina would be a really good fit here. If they do want to run the core Alina down mid, can build off of Grimstroke. It's great right click if you want to melt the tower down. Not the fastest, but can be decent if you want to go that route. They go with a Fist Void.
Now select
Okay.
your heroes.
Is that a mid Void? No, it is going to be the mid Gyro. Okay, that makes more sense. I guess the Gyrocopter up against Storm isn't too bad of a matchup for the Gyrocopter. Assuming, of course, you can break the distance on the Storm, John. Before that level 6 mark, obviously, Rocket Barrage is very, very nice. And now you have some very nice team fighting catch for Mac on that Storm Spirit. You were correct, by the way, in saying it is going to be a position for Magnus. It is Boomy on top of that.
Yeah.
Overall,
That's his hero.
we are in game 2. We talked about it in the first game, but there's going to be no tiebreakers after these group stage games, but rather it is very important for your seeding that you do win every game you can get, and for TNC and Adroit, whoever wins this series is essentially going to avoid having to play Fnatic in the first round of the winner bracket playoffs. So I'm going to ask you, who's got the better draft?
On paper, I should be favoring TNC slightly more because we've seen Gabby's Void, right? TNC plays around that Chronosphere perfectly every single time. I just have a feeling that the aggression from Droid might be a bit too much. If TNC can always force out the Chrono and always find those kills, they have great synergy with a Gyrocopter in that case. He stands outside, he deals the damage as well. You don't have any way of counterplaying that as a Droid. Like, there's just no counter. Chrono is one of those spells where you get caught, that's it. Unless you have, like, Avenge, you're probably going to lose the heroes inside, especially if that Chen's not in play. So TNC has a way of making that happen, but that'll take level 6 on your Void that has a timer that you're always going to have to play around. A Droid, sure, they have a bit of a timer with the Magnus RP. That's really not the major factor. It's going to take a while for Boomy to find a farm for the Blink anyway. He's not going to get the biggest farm prioritization, even though they will give him a little bit more than you'd expect. It's just a farming capability you can get with having that Empower around and the impact Bach can have. Like, all these heroes just have so much great presence.
I apologize. We do have to move into the game now. Enough of this draft screen. Of course, we do have to bring up some betting odds. See how game 2's looking between these two. And I imagine Adroit are probably looking like the favorites now, going into the secondary matchup. But we will see what Lupet believes is the correct play. And TNC is still the favorites. Is that out of date? I'm gonna check. I'm gonna refresh it just in case. I mean, they could be. Don't get me wrong. Like, the draft, like you said, on paper would arguably be better.
Batrider ng Batrider, puta.
Do you want to explain what that means, John? I don't speak the language.
Okay, I'm gonna scroll up a bit. Nan-trash talk pa si Bok, yabang. So Armel's accusing Bok of being a bit braggy. And Boomy's like, Mel, sapakin mo yung carry mo. Mel, slap your carry. And Bok's like, it's like, oh no. Mayabang. Like, talking too much. Trash talk rubbish. It's like, keeps talking trash. They're just having a bit of fun. And March interjects Bitoy. He's learning. He's learning, guys. Unfortunately. Oh god.
Thank you
Just
for that
trash talk,
translation.
the friendly internet cafe culture does.
Thank you for that, John. Of course, we do have a bit of a scuttle. Boomy going to be able to steal a bounty rune. And, well, is that 4 bounty runes? Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Adroit takes 4 bounty runes off the side of TNC. And that is not the greatest start for TNC, but that's certainly going to help the cause of Adroit.
Definitely will. Like, that's just going to give them a lot of an easier time down mid, especially. I do believe that Armel can kind of bully out the Storm here. He does have pretty good level 1 spells. He has good damage. But with that extra gold, it should take too long for our Storm to get some additional weekend in.
I have to keep a very close eye on Armel this game. See how well he can perform up against Mac in this Storm Spirit. It's again, it should be a Gyrocopter favored lane up until Mac gets those higher levels up. He should be just perfectly fine, but who knows? Like, Mac, he's already feeling confident enough to just dive that tier 1 a little bit and trying to get some guys on. In fact, a very nice denial of that range creep. Does he find another? He does not. I guess it's another thing as well, Armel. He'll have to be very careful about where those rockets go when he commits rocket barrage, because he did just give a deny away to Mac on a range creep.
It's something you have to watch out for, but it'll be a fairly even lane until you hit level 3 both sides. That's when it starts to get exciting for either the Storm or Gyro. You can kind of dip away. I think the bot lane is where there is going to be a lot of action. So much aggression you can expect from the Batrider and the Chen. They have ways of really amping up the damage you can pump out, and there's only so many time walks Gabby can let off.
Of course, looking down to that bot lane, CML going to be there up against March, and you're going to have Gabby and Bot going at it on the Batrider and on the Void.
Radiant's courier has
And
been killed.
CML will find Gabby's courier on the way out to the Void, and that's not going to be good news for Gabby, as of course Bok is going to be providing a lot of harassment, especially with that sticky napalm. Well, at least Gabby does have the wand up, so we'll be able to at least get something back out of it.
Definitely. It shouldn't be as hard of a time for Gabby. Like, you're not seeing Bok really commit just yet. That is because Gabby's holding on to the Time Walk, and CML hasn't been focusing on trying to force Gabby to defend that. Not going to have a window just yet in the bot lane to find any sort of commitment.
Oh, KP. Falling low to Natsumi, but he'll be alright, he'll survive. Only problem is KP really doesn't have any regen. I think he does have something coming out on the courier. He does use the stick charges, but no, still no regen. He'll get brown boots. Tims will come back in and take care of the regen for him.
That's one of the nice things of having that IO in the lane. Of course, you don't really need too much regen. The IO just be able to peter you up, and you can get to a reasonable amount. Now, while all that's what's happening, Boomy was trying to get his own farm by pulling the wave. He's been stacking for himself as well. If this move isn't punished by TNC, Boomy's going to hit a pretty good timing on his own farm.
Boomy really not allowing them to try and contest those jungle creeps. Being very frustrating up at this top lane on that support Magnus. We'll rotate mid now, and Armel got to run the other way as Boomy does have the level 1 skewer. Armel, he's turning around. Skewer back into the tier 1 tower. There's going to be no follow-up. It was a bit of a bait play, but Armel does not continue moving forward with the Inkswell, and Boomy will deny them the illusion rune by taking it himself.
Yeah, a lot of commitment from TNC to keep Armel alive. They do understand a prioritization of this jar. He needs that early farm. He needs that early levels. One movement like that from Adroit and suddenly you have two supports leaving their side lanes. That could cause issues. That does free it up for Adroit, and we have seen them do this before. The moment you give them leeway in these side lanes, they can find a lot more to play with.
Armel, he found the first blood. It looks like Mac was trying to go in for a kill attempt there, but ends up dying first, and Armel will happily just kill himself off and get a reset on the gyrocopter, but that is going to be a very, very important kill for that gyro. Definitely gives him a bit of a lead after that laning phase.
A bit of an even exchange for both sides. Not going to be too upset. Going to be a bit better for Armel, as he does find that kill while he's alive. Does soak a little bit more EXP, but Mac does get some additional creeps uncontested.
Whilst looking back down to the bot lane, Gabby, he's been farming okay on the Void, but Bok has been a little bit frustrating on this Batrider. There's really not much you can do if you're Gabby, and you talked about this before where there's only so many times he can time walk the damage off that Bok is dishing out. Time dilation does help him quite a bit, however, and Gabby just be forced to back off again. Has to play this very safe. You've got to admit, when you look at Natsumi's farm, Natsumi's just really getting so much further ahead. Currently about 18 last hits ahead of the Void.
It's a good time for the troll. That's all happening while Boomy is playing the jungle. So he's playing this super greedy Magnus support that just isn't being hunted down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under
TNC gonna try and force in that mid tower very, very early. This is one of the things you can try and do up against the Chen draft, right? Where you try and get that map control before they start trying to go for it. Because once they try, you can't really stop it though. Bot lane, Gabby, Almost falls very low on that Batrider. What I was trying to say, John, is if you can force down these important towers early on, if you are on TNC, it almost denies a droid that option to try and do it themselves. In fact, Mac zips in, homing missile, going to be dodged, but the T1 does still go down. And Mac essentially finds himself without a lane.
You know, TNC has really played much more aggressive down mid. They're playing around Armel much better. This is sacrificing their side lanes, and you actually look at the net worth difference. A droid, even though it's a 1-to-1 in terms of kills, a droid is 3k ahead in net worth. They've found a lot more farm on the map, a lot more efficiently, because they're giving space to these greedier supports. Find that jungle farm. So Boomy is going to be set to have a decent time to his blink. You have Block who is having basically a free time down bot, although...
And they do commit call down, they'll commit Chrono for this Batrider kill, and Bok barely goes down. He didn't have any stick charges to commit. That was a lot committed for that first Batrider kill, but I suppose if you have the Chrono, if you have the call down, just commit it. Just get a kill out of it.
Yeah, that's definitely how TNC has to play this. They've got to play it really aggressive. You need to shut down that troll. You can't give space to a droid to try to hit their timings. You have to start shutting down this map. There's way too much jungle farm being taken by a droid right now. This is how they're going to recover. Mac needs a lot of this to get started. You do have a lot more leeway for Natsumi as he hasn't been contested at the top. Although they found Armel.
They do. Still, he does have the IO, but now the lasso back. Tims has no choice but to follow Armel and try to keep him alive, and it will be enough. Armel actually still falling. Still getting burnt down by the flame break, I believe it was, of Bok, but it does not end up being enough. A very, very close call, however.
It's a lot of committal from TNC to keep Armel alive. Basically, never seeing Armel without his two supports. Like, he's always going to have Tims around, and even March kind of has to stay in that general area where the Gyrocopter is. So, once more, you're keeping your Gyrocopter safe. It's coming at the cost of giving farm to everyone else on the droid side. Yeah, you managed to find Bok a couple of times. He's still going to get that pretty decent timing on the Boots of Travels and the Blink. And once that's up, of course, he's just going to be a menace around him.
See March trying to be very disruptive on that Grimstroke. Trying to really take some farm away from Natsumi, who's just farming up stacks. March will try to take an outpost for himself prior to that 10-minute mark. He will, but should be taken back in time. I say that, but TNC look to try and set up a team fight up at that top lane now, as they are going to try and force in that T1 tower. Boomy's the only one there, just freely farming up on the Magnus, but KP going to commit the Stampede. And that'll be the level 4 Magnus going down, and that should allow TNC to pick up this T1 tower.
You're going to find really easy objective so far. A droid is not going to be fighting this one. They're the ones taking the back seat this time around. They're the ones playing a bit more passive. It's up to TNC to really maximize this spike, this advantage they do have. They're going to have Chrono up on Gabby in about 10 seconds. You would want to see another Chrono flying out, try to find a couple of easy kills, and go for more objectives. Perhaps that tier 1 down bot. That's going to be a very easy target to take, or maybe start pressuring a tier 2.
You still kind of question what's happening with Natsumi, though. Like, he's 4.9k, Max right behind him on the Storm. Speaking of Mac, John, he's 1.3k ahead of the Gyrocopter, and now there's going to be a bit of a team fight up top, or rather, Droid are just going to try and defend this as KP gets a very nice move stomp onto Bok. RP is available on Boomy. They've got to be careful about that, but he does commit the skewer. And the Droid just aren't ready to team fight yet. But back to my point, in terms of cores, a Droid is really finding so much more farm.
They definitely are. They're 5k ahead over TNC despite being so far behind. Although the Chrono onto Mac, that should be a good kill.
And if it is a kill, Mac will just zip away. Yeah, he's gone. Just TPs. What are you going to do about it?
They had the relocate on Armel. They did land inside a Chrono, so they couldn't really preemptively cast a homing missile. Try to keep him in place. And that just cost him. That would have been a nice kill. We talked about the timing in the Chrono. At the very least, Gabby's trying. Doesn't pay off, and that's more time for a droid to farm up. 5k lead, mentioned earlier. They're still getting really good farm distribution here. Boomy is just about 500, 700 gold away from that link.
Oh, mid top lane, RP does come out from Boomy. They found Tims and Armel. A sitting duck without his IO. That's kind of what you're worried about. Like, the Gyrocopter just does nothing once the IO's dead. Tims is kind of just playing a hero that can't do anything on his own. He's very reliant on being with that Gyrocopter. Well, with all this farm going a droid's way and with no signs of slowing down, like TNC, you kind of wonder, what do you do? Like, is Gabby really going to find enough farm to keep up?
He's gonna need a lot, and they really need to play around at Chrono. This is a really strange situation. Normally when you're 2 powers behind, you have a bit of a net worth lead. Just TNC have neglected to farm so much that it's costing them. They will find Bok.
Yeah, Bok. Nice kill. So they do get the Bat Rider.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It kind of feels like a distraction here from Bok, though, doesn't it? Like, you've kept this Bat Rider down, fair enough, and it's going to take him another while to get that blink up. But now you look at Boomy, he has a blink up.
That's it. That's what the droid's waiting for. They've got ways to set their plays up. They've got ways to take these team fights. We already saw the effect of his RP without it. Like, sure, he just catches heroes. That's enough. That's all you need to catch the IO Gyrocopter. That's always going to be enough to turn these fights.
Top lane, Bok, keeping an eye out on Tims and Armel. He does have the lasso and would love to just drag Tims away. Tims, flame break does connect as he tries to tether. Bok will not chase any further. And looks like TNC have now grouped up as 3 and started smoking. You do have the Chrono that just came off cooldown for Gabby, and he wants to commit it immediately. However, it is going to be into another 4 or 5 man smoke here from a droid. And are they going for a Roshan play or are they going for a gank? Well, they'll spot out Gabby on the Void. They must know Chrono's available, but they'd love to just go for this team fight anyway. And in fact, Gabby may commit Chrono, and he does. It's on the Storm, but now the drag back onto KP Mac. He survives through the Chrono, and now the RP Boomy. He found 3 of them, and they're all going to fall apart as Armel. He'll try to run away. Tims will buy it back immediately. The fight continues as March in the back gets taken out. They do at least find the Troll Warlord, however. Battle Trance was popped too early on, and now they relocate Tims. They're going to try and find something more out of this, but Mac, he's TP'd out CML. Can you get a TP cancellation? No bashes coming out. Oh boy, they found a Troll Warlord, but you committed buybacks for that.
Dire's bottom tower.
That is, I don't know if I'd call that well worth it.
No, definitely not. Not with the amount of buybacks here. A droid can be extremely happy with how that fight went. The Chronosphere is just not enough. Kill off Mac with the farm he has, and with the damage on Gabby. They had Armel around towards the end. Not quite. They need the Gyrocopter around to get that damage off onto Mac. Otherwise, that Chrono committal is not going to be enough, and they don't have any other way of keeping control on Mac. Chronosphere gone, he's going to zip around just fine. This is going to be a constant issue for TNC. With that Chrono expended, this is an opening for a droid. They don't have RP, but they can force out some ganks and find some pickoffs to win.
Dire are scanning.
Well, they're going to get back up to that top lane, TNC. They continue to try applying pressure. Boomy, he's going to find March on the Grimstroke. Inksaw going to be there with the silence. He can't skewer away, but Mac is there to help if necessary. In fact, the whole team's there. Boomy has already died. Mac trying to find a trade onto March. They can't get it fast enough, and that'll be enough. They run away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
TNC, I doubt they chase any further. And they do back off.
A lot of caution from TNC while this Chrono is down. I do respect that they still are trying to play aggressive when they can. That was a really far movement from Boomy. I think he was trying to get the skewer off, trying to wait out, kill off that silence out, but quite enough there for him to do it out by himself. Gets punished for it, and that is a clean pick off for TNC. But this is the moment where they're kind of playing cautious. Gabby is forward. Could be targeted here. He does have... Well, now he doesn't. Gonna have to be cautious as a Detroit.
Yeah, relocate is coming in. Bok will just wait. Gabby, Chrono in a second. He will have it up very soon, but the lasso, a second before he had it. And now the stuns come in. CML will take him out on Tim's. Oh, the timing from Adroit. Just perfect. And now poor KP gets slowed up, gets vortexed up. He has to commit the stampede, but Boomy says no. You're going nowhere. Sit down, young man.
Oh, Detroit just all over the map, always finding these big kills. You just can't afford to leave Gabby, even for a moment, in the enemy jungle, when Adroit is just basically in that. Sure, they had the outpost. No one was TPing in, no one's going in to help anyway. They lose a tier 1 for their troubles as well, and Adroit is still holding on to that solid 8k lead. There's nothing fluctuating here. It's constantly Bloodstone coming out for Mac that's going to allow him to just zip around wherever he wants, less of concern regen, working towards the Ag straight up. With the RP, having that Vortex AoE follow, just so much control that could come out here from Adroit. It is a bit scary. They've got to, TNC has got to find a way to kill off Mac.
They haven't yet. You've got Gabby with the Diffusal Blade, and I guess, you know, if he can drain the mana of Mac in a Chrono, even if he doesn't kill him, it may just be enough. Mac has not been very concerned about that yet, that's for sure, and he's just getting bigger and bigger, especially with that Bloodstone. He just has so much sustain. Natsumi, what's he got coming on the way? He's got a Yashra. Mid lane, Mac gets jumped on. Silence is there. Gabby has Chrono. He may have to commit and does. But look how healthy this Storm is, John. He won't die. Soulbind comes out, but they heal him up, and now Boomy jumps in. No RP available, and they actually do find Mac. They found Boomy as well. Now they need to go for more. It's not enough. More kills necessary. The Flame Break Bok, that was not the one you were looking for. Maybe it was. The lasso. Gabby goes down. They have chased too far. KP will also lose his life. And maybe 2 kills was enough. Maybe they should have just ran away. Is March. He knows. He tries, but he is dead.
Oh, just not even trades here. TNC, they do at least find the kill on Mac, but they lose out on Gabby anyway. That's a huge blow for TNC. This is going to allow Adroit to just straight up go to the Roche. They know the Chrono's down. They've got a troll with a Morbid Mask, straightforward Roche.
Yeah, he attacks quite fast. I guess they just give the... You'd assume they give the Aegis to Mac, surely. Like, no, Natsumi will take it. Okay. It's fair enough. I think it's still much more value on the Storm, though.
On paper, it does give Natsumi technically 3 lives to play with, so he has a lot more leeway to just stand and fight.
I
mean, he does have more net worth as well, so I guess it makes enough sense if you're looking for the efficiency play. However, Armel does go for a Heaven's Halberd build. Fair enough. You've got the disarm now, but...
Yeah, like, you need to stop Natsumi from getting that damage out. That's going to give you a very good way to negate his battle entirely.
Well, they're going to need that soon, as Adroit is pushing into that tier 2 mid tower. No Chrono available on Gabby for another 40 seconds. Armel does disarm. Box looking for a lasso. Skewer back. Who have they found? It's KP. Call down will be committed, and Adroit will just simply walk out of the big circle. Do you reset? Do you keep going? Natsumi says let's keep going, and Mac goes for the Vortex. Back onto KP. They want that Centaur Gold, and now a Soulbind to be expended. And so they're forced out 2 ultimates for the really nothing. Like, TNC don't get anything out of them at all. But Adroit, they don't feel confident. They do want to back off, and I suppose that's fair enough. Like, right now, there's just no rush for them.
There were opportunities there. Boomy hasn't expended the RP, although the Chronosphere is back up from Gabby. That could be why the hesitation was there. They are keeping track of that ult usage quite well from Adroit and TNC. Like, they've been playing around the time of that Chrono well from Gabby, but Adroit seems to be ready. Every single time they just kind of toss Mac in front. They know Mac is always going to be the biggest target. He's in front. They did manage to clean him up last time around, but that wasn't in the duration of Chrono. That was because they got the Soulbind off, so Adroit are still happy to extend that Chrono without any kills happening during Chrono. I think that's always going to be the trade Adroit is looking for.
Well, bot lane. Adroit will take the T2 tower. TNC, they're trying to set up for the top tier 2, but they are going to have to come back and defend this. There's a tier 3 about to be taken down by Adroit if they're not too careful. Every ultimate on the map is available apart from the Soulbind. That'll be 10 seconds away on the Grimstroke anyway. Adroit, they do not choose to pursue. They'd rather back off. With the 13k net worth lead, you certainly don't want to give TNC away back into the game by losing a huge team fight. So you can understand why Adroit is being rather cautious about this. Natsumi, gonna bait Armel forward. Boomy looking to find a skewer for himself. They'd love to find Gabby first because he does have Chrono available. Skewer back from Boomy. He doesn't want to risk getting caught in the Chrono. KB now. Gonna be fine as well. Well, they jumped on Mac. He actually finds the Void. Way out of position. Gabby.
Just trying to farm in that downtime. Punished hard for it. They still have the RP on Boomy, mind you. So they've got a lot of tools here to force a fight out.
No buyback on the Void.
Radiant's middle tower is under
This is the chance. Definitely they're going to find a tier 2 tower. Like, there's no doubt about that. But the question is, do they try and force a tier 3? I think you do. I think you try to force a buyback and you'll find that there isn't one. In fact, Bok, he's moved forward to Mac. He found KP. The Stampede was committed, but it's too late. And now the RP comes in. Boomy found 2 of them and blows them up. And it looks worse and worse for TNC as time goes on. As now Adroit should be able to clean up that first lane of racks. There is some legitimate concern about Gabby and the Chrono. And in fact, with that Heaven's Halberd being popped, Natsumi, do you want to back? Well, he still has an Aegis. He knows it's going to expire soon anyway. So he may as well risk his life. And Armel going to start to really try and pressure him back. The Aegis should go. In fact, Natsumi's just telling him, take it. Just take it. The disrespect from Natsumi as he runs away. And TNC, I guess they still have Chrono, but this is still a dangerous team fight to take. Looks like Adroit will back off anyway.
They're going to be very happy with that. They managed to use the Aegis right before expiry. They take the melee racks, take the first tower, tier 3 tower of the game as well. So Adroit's just pretty much set. 8 to 14, 18k net worth lead, 24.5 minutes. I mean, that's not something you see too often. When the enemy team's running the Gyrocopter IO, they're supposed to be the ones farming up. They're the ones who are supposed to be bigger, at the very least, on the Gyrocopter. Maybe a bit more even net worth, but the Gyrocopter should definitely way more farm. Even Gabby is taking the backseat farm. His Faceless Void only has the Fusel and an Alacrity. Nothing else.
Armel will have the Aghanim Scepter up soon on the Gyrocopter, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Just TNC, they're just so behind, and the map's getting smaller and smaller for them. They go up as 4 to the top lane. Well, Bok, he does pop his head out, so they could try to go for this, but it almost looks like it's a bait from Bok anyway, and they won't bother wasting their time, as Adroit has started to force in the bot tier 3 as well.
They've got the RP up and running again, although Boomy is TPing out. They just want items up. They've got the Shadow Blade up and running on their mag, so a lot more options for the engagement. You do finally see Armel's Aghanim Scepter up, so his damage output is going to be a bit better. He's got a lot more stats to play with. I don't think that's going to be enough. You have to consider the Ags on Mac. Added control Adroit has to play with. The RP being up. They do have the Chronosphere. Gabby needs to land it on a big target. Like, go for Mac again, burst him down in the Chrono, and then try to clean up. Don't overextend. Like, if you can find that kill and you're not in a good spot, take it. Take it and back off, because Adroit will fight back, even if they're behind.
Oh, Lasso, who will be caught there. It is going to be the Grimstroke, and March could not survive. That's your Grimstroke gone with no buyback. Mac now going straight after Tim's on the IO. He gets the Vortex off onto 2, and now the RP comes out again. They're melting. They're just gone. Armel will also die. No buyback available on the Gyro. Tim's brought back, but who has he got to tether to? That's it. GG's called. They've had enough.
Droid taking it 2-0 up against TNC. Really clean game number 2. They got the boombacked Magnus. It wasn't fanned out. There's a reason why in every match of a Droid that we watch, that's a first face ban. It slid through in game 2. TNC could not deal with it. DNC could not deal with the playstyle a Droid was bringing out. Lots of great farm distribution from them. They got the farm on all their cores and Boomy somehow without really sacrificing anyone. So props to Droid for a fairly clean game. And fortunately for TNC, they do take a loss.
I gotta say, John, I just can't agree with giving Tims these kind of heroes. I really can't. Like the IO on Tims, like who was starting the fights in that game? Really? Like, did you? What do you say?
Gabby. It had to be that Faceless Void.
It had to be Gabby or KP, but Gabby or KP couldn't get the farm up.
No.
For something like a Blink, and Stampede was always being used to back off, and it was always Gabby, like you said. Like it had to be the Chrono first. It's usually in every other game you see an Earthshaker from Tims or something like that. You see him throwing a Fisher out to really set it up, and I think that's maybe where TNC's gone wrong in this series. Like it's just you've got to give Tim some really, I don't know what you call it, just a more influential hero because he really is
playmaker.
A playmaker hero. Like he is the playmaker of the team.
Yeah.
Regardless, John,
I was surprised. I was surprised though. Like they didn't pick the Snapfire. Like they had the Faceless Void. They could have went Snap instead. Very solid combination. And we know Tim's plays a really good Snap. We've seen that.
Okay.
Just odd grafting.
Well, with that, John, that is the first series of the night gone, which will mean, I believe, and I'm just double checking the standings right now, but that should put Team Adroit up into the second place of the group stages, and they should just sit there now. So that will mean that TNC will be forced to fight Fnatic in the first winners bracket playoff round. Adroit will more than likely have to go up against Reality Rift, which, considering Fnatic is currently sitting at 7-0, you'd definitely say that is the easier matchup for your first round if you are Adroit. Apart from that, though, John, we do have a second series tonight, and this one interests me quite a lot. GeekFam versus Boom ID. Both of them currently sitting at 5th and 6th, respectively. Again, these games really do matter. In terms of just securing your spot in the playoffs. In fact, Boom may actually have a chance to make it to 4th place and still get to the winner bracket if they can 2-0 GeekFam.
Yeah, like there would be some analysis on the games previously played, but if the stats look good, if they secure this win, there is a chance they can take Reality Rift's spot. Reality Rift will have to.
Right. So a lot of pressure here on Boom to try and get a 2-0 clean sweep if they can. Even with the 2-1, they'll still have a decent chance, but you definitely want to have that very effective 2-0. Nevertheless, it is MLP Dota and John X Fire. We'll be back very, very soon with our second series of the night. Won't be too long.
Bet. Made for live betting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our second series of the night. It will be between Boom Esports and GeekFam, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, first of all, good to see you, sir. New series upon us. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. That was quite the series to start us off with. This is an equally important series for both teams. Going to be looking forward to how both sides will play. Both of them have played pretty well. GeekFam, of course, being probably even with Boom Esports, I'd say, based on their history, based on their track records. They have been pretty even. GeekFam has gotten a few more wins over Boom, but these two teams have faced off against each other so many times in the past. It's always fun watching them play against each other, mainly because they have a lot to really trade with each other. They already know each other's play styles quite well. At very least, this time around, we do have a bit of a shakeup from the patch. Perhaps we see something different from both sides.
Well, before you go on any further, John, I do have to, of course, thank our beautiful sponsors, Monster, for keeping us energized as a little bit for the official betting partner of the BTS Pro Series. And by the way, John, speaking of Monster, what flavor do you have there sitting on your bed?
I believe I actually have Chaos. So it's got some ginseng in there. I have no clue. You know what? Let's go ahead and take it up here.
What was that you put on there?
Oh, it's just Pokemon.
Pokemon.
Yeah, it's Typhlosion. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is this beautiful can that I treat as a valuable resource. I only have one can. I cannot drink it because it has to last me. I need it for emergencies. I treasure it just like I treasure my Dakimuak right there. Precious.
Thank you for that, John.
Oh,
unfortunately,
it's precious. It's still okay.
Unfortunately, I'm a bit of a casual, John. I've got the original Monster Energy, though I might have to step up my game tomorrow, bring a new one out. You know, not be too casual because I know you don't like you don't like casuals where you're from, John.
Oh, no. Heaven's sakes, no.
Then again, you did have a Pokemon on the Monster can just then, so it's not very weeby of you. However, Boom Esports and GeekFam, John, the draft has begun. Boom, they do go into the Pugna Beastmaster. GeekFam, they do go into the Snapfire. Now, Johnny, if I may, the Pugna did receive some relevant nerfs in that new patch, mostly to Decrepify.
Yeah, those are definitely needed. I think, the changes are nice to balance it out. The cast range does make it less annoying, but a lot of Pugnas tend to max out Decrep and Netherblast anyway, so you're not going to see a massive impact. Earlier on, perhaps, when you're like level 6, that's going to be 3-2, level 2 on Decrep, and you have your ult. You're not going to reach as far. That's a pretty big cut, Decrep's range, and of course the duration of Netherward is pretty hard to deal with as well, but I think it's still going to be a very effective hero. It's great to have. The effectiveness of that is kind of mitigated here. Boom did go into it really early with that Beast Bastard as well, and both of those heroes don't really deal with a Phantom Lancer too well. Like, you can kind of find a real one by damaging those illusions in a big wave, but you're going to be trying to isolate the real Phantom Lancer with single target spells, like the ultimate from the Beastmaster, Decrep from Pugnan. That's a pretty tall order.
Thank you for that, John. Apologies again to the viewers, John. I got the teams mixed up. The banners were the wrong way around. I continue to do this all the time, so I fixed them. Don't worry. Now we definitely know who's who. Still, some nice openings from both teams. Boom Esports, they do need to get one more ban out before we get to see where these drafts are going. Shouldn't be too long before we see that. Of course, GeekFam, they did end up getting rid of the Leshrac. Boom. What are we getting rid of here?
Situation here where the spirits aren't being banned out. Ember Spirit's still in the pool. Storm Spirit's still in the pool. Very viable picks for both sides. I'd say probably easier for Boom because they've got the Pugna on their side. So they can play against those spirits quite okay. Like you can punish for spamming their spells. And they could pick it up themselves. So I think Boom set themselves up nicely for perhaps going for the Void Spirit or the Storm Spirit. One of those two are still available. They can go for either one.
They ban out the Centaur for now on Boom Esports, so all spirits, apart from the Ember Spirit, still going to be very available for both teams. We'll see what they do opt to get. So we do go into the third pick for Boom Esports. Gonna have a bit of a think about it.
I mean, they're not quite locked into what they want yet with just these two picks, right? The Pugna and the Beast don't necessarily tell you the complete story of this draft. They've got great single target control. They've got great ways of pushing. The Pugna and Beast really push quite fast. That's something Boom can play around. If they really wanted to go with core, perhaps, a core pickup right here, they could go for something like the DP. That's a pretty priority pick. They go with the Elder Titan instead. So they're giving themselves a lot more team fight. They're giving themselves more ways of perhaps dealing with that Phantom Lancer on top of everything else. And they're just kind of tying down that draft. I do like this coming out from Boom. I feel like the Elder Titan is a strong support to have if you're running it in that role. And it's quite potent in lane, so you've got to be a bit careful here from GeekFam. You don't want to bleed too much space out. They pick up the Clockwork for themselves, and there is a lot of value in that here. We've seen the Clockwork Snap combination multiple times, so you can trap someone in those cogs, get the Mortimer's Kisses off, and you'll basically kill anyone stuck there. And none of the heroes from Boom Esports are notably mobile, so that's something that GeekFam can really start to push into as they hit their level 6.
It's a really nice hero into that Pugna Elder Titan as well, right? Because both of them want to channel their abilities. The Pugna with the life drain obviously does not enjoy battery assault. Even the Elder Titan, right? He's going to channel that stomp animation before it goes out all the way, and the clock can make it a little bit difficult to do anything. So I do love what I'm seeing here from GeekFam. I believe that will be a Zephyr clock coming out. You know, it's always a pleasure to watch a player like Zephyr who really does perform really well. But Boom Esports, they go for the Storm. You don't have that counter pick in the Ember Spirit, as they did ban it out in their first phase. So GeekFam will have to go to something else to try and deal with this Storm Spirit.
The Void Spirit's still in the pool if they wanted to dip into it. Again, it's a bit safer for Boom to go for the Spirit Brothers, mainly because they've got the Pugna on their side. They've got the Beastmaster on their side. They're going to still go with something slippery. Beast can punish that. They go with a Puck instead. I think that plays into their Snapfire quite stronger. Right? You've got that Dream Coil now that can come out. All the control in the world for GeekFam. You can just definitely burn through what Boom Esports has. The Beastmaster is pretty good for holding Puck down, but Puck is still a fairly slippery hero regardless of that Beast, and you can always itemize, make that Beastmaster work for the stun, build something like the Lincolns very early on in the Puck. That's definitely a possibility GeekFam can look at.
Not to mention, Carl loves playing the hero, right? It's one of his signature heroes in that mid lane. He does really enjoy it. John, we were a little bit scared before the game because one of his other signature heroes was Tinker, and we don't want to see that, right? No Tinkers, please.
Definitely not.
Thank goodness, though, Tinker is absolute garbage in this meta and has been for a long time. And as far as I'm concerned, Ice Frog's not bringing it back, which keeps me very happy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it keeps the game enjoyable for everyone.
It does.
So that's great. Still, you know, there is it's going to be very back and forth kind of
10
draft here.
seconds remaining.
GeekFam is going to be looking for that early aggression with a snap clock puck. Boom
5
can get
seconds remaining.
that aggression out with her Pugna Beast and Elder Titan, but I think it's much safer for them to go for the tower
Dire
push.
team pick.
Beastmaster and Pugna, they've got great ways of melting those objectives. There's really not many ways for GeekFam to punish that just yet. They don't have the best wave clear. You have the puck. That's pretty much it. Snapfire can kind of get the job done, but Phantom Lancer is definitely not the fastest wave clearer. So there is a bit of an edge there for Boom. I like that last ban out from Geek. The Lycan would have slotted in way too well with what Boom Esports
10
had.
seconds
Right.
remaining.
It would just add on to that push with the Beastmaster Pugna, all the towers. So
5
GeekFam taking
seconds
care of that
remaining.
is great. Still got to find out what they tie up their draft with first.
We're going to find out soon, though they do have 2 minutes remaining in reserve time for this final pickup.
Radiant team
And never mind, if they don't want to use it, they do go for the SF.
Huh.
Which...
Okay.
So pause 4 puck or pause 4 clock?
I think pause 4 o'clock. I think
Okay.
they are going for the Shadow Fiend Clockwork combination just to dominate that mid lane. That's a possibility. We don't always see the cogs going out level 1. So a lot of sometimes the
10
Shadow Fiend isn't
seconds
depending
remaining.
on those cogs for a lane advantage, but more than likely, I think that's what GeekFam will pull out. They just want to dominate that storm
Phantom
early on.
select your
Boom
hero.
does go into the PA. That's a really, really unorthodox last. We've seen it once, didn't pay off, but in this specific lineup, it's still going to be a challenge. Like, you're picking the PA into Phantom Lancer, you're going to always have to find the right one when it comes down to that kind of fight. And if you're isolated by something like the Clockwork, you kind of struggle to get out. Like, once you commit your blink, the Clockwork's battery assault will kind of slow you down there.
I agree. I don't really mind it too much, though, in this lineup, right? Because if you go for like a Battle Fury, you have a way of clearing the PL illusions. PA doesn't mind going into SF. It's basically once the PA gets to the point where she has a BKB up, is when she really becomes that powerhouse in this game, right? Before that BKB, it seems like she's just a
5
sitting duck
seconds
the whole
remaining.
time. So, I don't know. It's definitely going to provide some interesting results. So I have to ask you, John, overall, looking at these two drafts, who do you think you prefer?
I think I'd actually say I prefer GeekFam's draft. I think Raven's going to have a good time in this Phantom Lancer. There's not too much to punish him for that pick. The puck should be able to zip in and out pretty fine as well. I mean, you have to worry about Boom Esports' Storm Spirit. Mikado is going to have very easy time jumping in and out, mainly because there's no solid stuns from GeekFam. They've got the Clockwork with a battery assault in the cogs and the Snapfire with a cookie, but those aren't reliable enough to keep something like Storm in place. You're really going to be trying to force him in that Dream Coil for the most part, and that's a pretty big spell to commit. Not always going to be available to keep that Storm in place. So Mikado should be able to zip in and out, but I think as long as GeekFam hits their typings, as long as they manage to negate the effect of Dreamo Cell, not give him enough space to farm, GeekFam's going to have enough going for themselves that it might not be an issue, Mikado.
Well, I'm very, very excited about this match between these two, because these two teams, they really love to just run at each other. There's no playing around. They just get to work. Should be a lot of fun. Of course, we talked about it earlier on. There is still a lot riding on this. GeekFam definitely looking to try and pull off a huge victory for themselves. I believe if Boom do win, they will actually take over that winner bracket spot from RR. So there is that as well.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely want to start up there. You want to give yourself some allowance with how the game goes. A bit of a bite back and forth with the unpause, but that's fine. So it is really important for both sides. You mentioned, like, if GeekFam do lose out, there's a possibility that in the weighing of the results, that T1 could look better. I'm not sure how that weighting does go, but you really just want to secure yourself a spot. So it's very important for both teams to just win out.
We are going to have the go-ahead now. First game of this best of 3. Last series of the night. Let's make it a good one. I'm kind of intrigued to see how effective this this Pugna's going to be now, because those nerfs did seem quite significant. Like that range decrease on the Decrepify at early levels, it does really, it's going to hurt quite a lot. Especially if you do, you know, you want to get in range to try and get that Decrepify off to try and avoid a last hit on the opposing POS 1. Can be a bit
you
more
do
frustrating.
run a bit of a risk. You can run a risk of overextending yourself in that case, but I think it's still all right. It just kind of balances it down. Most Pugnas do just leave a value point in the Nether Ward for the most part, although you lose out on the flexibility of maxing that out early because you're going to be gimped by the
30
prep.
seconds
You're not going to be able to make big saving plays or just canceling out a core who's getting jumped on by, you know, with that decrep. So you're not going to have that leeway. I think the build to go for is Nether Blast and decrep getting priority. Nether Ward definitely taking the back seat in most cases. In which case, you know, it will take a while, but you're going to hit that point again where you have the max. So it's not too rough, just will take some time until that's up and running.
And GeekFam going to have no fight over this bot bounty rune. They'll just take it. 2 for 2 trade on the bounties. Very even start. Neither side really wishing to get too aggressive. But we are going to see a bit of a tri-lane, I believe, to start up at this top lane. Unless we do see an early rotation. Kescute, he is still staying up top. He only has... No, he will TP. I was going to say, he only has the Astral Spirit, so I'm not really sure what he's going to get done with that. In terms of a first blood up top, he does TP down to the PA now. FBZ and Hyde will stick together as Raven and Whiteman will also be there on the Snapfire PO respectively.
This should be a pretty solid lane for Boom. Like, they should be able to get the harassment out onto Raven, apply some pressure. Whitemon is going to have to try to zone them out, but they're already taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, even with the nerfs to the Pugna, like his base attack, although the attack damage isn't so high, the range is super annoying.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it feels like he's just taking way too much away from Raven from his raw right. Not even a Nether Blast being spanned out right now, and that is forcing Raven and Whitemon to play a bit more passively. This could end up being pretty bad because FBZ can leverage onto that once he has his Boris refreshed up as well.
And there they are. Especially once you get to that level 3 mark on the Beastmaster and you have the level 2 balls, that's when it gets really dangerous. Because speaking of dangerous, mid lane, Carl and Makoto both on very low HP as it stands right now. Carl, of course, did go for the Cogs deny, so he did get 12 souls to start before the lane even began. It does give him that nice presence in the lane. But so far, Makoto has been dealing very well with it, but he does have to commit a salve early on.
I think overall, you shouldn't be seeing the Storm die. There are ways for Carl to really kind of force that out. If he lands all his raises, that's great, but that's a bit of a fall risk.
Down to that bot lane, Zephyr. Taking a lot of damage, and by the way, we didn't really talk about it too much, but that is a position for Puck, and Kescute, are you really going to dive? Not quite. He will take 3 tier 1 tower hits for that harasser's mid lane. They are going to find Carl. Makoto just solo killing off the SF 2.5 minutes in.
Yeah, that's a bit surprising. That's not something you tend to see. It did look like Carl was just a bit out of position, perhaps trying to go for the raises. On Mikado, he must have seen that he was pretty low. Overextends just a bit, is punished for that, and that's going to give our Storm just a much better team. Mikado going to be happy with that exchange. Carl going to have to try to clean up, get some stacks back into his Necromastery. Not too long. Decent amount left.
But he really shouldn't be tying like that. Like, it's...
No.
He should have the advantage in this lane, at least for now, but now Makoto is going to be out-leveling him, and... You know, the sooner Makoto hits that level 6 timing, the sooner you know he's making that jump on Carl. And once the level 6 is there on the Storm, he's basically a sitting duck on that SF. Like, there's not really much he can do to get away from that. Top lane, however, they are going to find Whiteman as well. And that's going to make it a 2-0 very early on for Boom, as Hyde was able to pick up the Snapfire support.
Yeah, there's just a lot of damage coming out from Boom in that lane. Snapfire is not a particularly tanky hero. And there's not much you can expect your Phantom Lance to do to help you out there. There's no real kill opportunities as well with this kind of dual lane. So they're just really going to have to take it slow, try to play a bit more defensively because FBZ and
Carl?
Five couldn't go.
He went in again, being very aggressive towards Makoto, and Makoto punished. That is not the way to play this lane, I don't believe, and Makoto, he's going to hit a very early level 6. Zephyr will rotate and soak XP on the puck, but that's not going to slow down Makoto. He's about a creep wave away, John, from hitting that 6 mark.
Yeah, it's a good start for Storm. At the very, for Carl, he does have the jungle to play catch up with, but you really don't want to be dipping in there right now. You should have stronger laning presence. Carl cannot afford to try to go for this aggressive play. Just focus on his last hits, focus on the farm, clear out the waves, build up for it.
Missing middle.
Well, he really is going to have to start going to that jungle very soon. Start those stacks going, Carl. I don't know about this lane anymore. Boom ID is essentially just... Boom Esports is essentially winning every lane right now, by the way, John. Like, top lane, FBZ, having a great old time. Raven's not able to keep up in terms of farm. You look at the PA, Dreamosaur's having a free lane on the PA, just perfectly fine. And as we know, the mid lane is going very well, though FBZ is now getting dived on by Raven. Doppelganger going to be there, but Netherblast to follow by Hyde, and they are not going to be able to finish off this Beastmaster. In fact, Hyde is going to keep going by himself, but he is finally forced back by Raven. Still, Boom look to be very, very aggressive.
Definitely. It's really just how they run their draft. I think this really just how the way you go with this kind of lineup. You want to take over early on. You want to be able to shove those towers out. Boom has been setting themselves up quite nicely. They've got a 3k net worth lead at less than 6 minutes in. This is a really big win for Boom very early on.
That's huge. Like, how often is it, John, you see a 3k net worth lead at 5.5 minutes?
Not often. Not
Never
often
happens. Well, now Cuckoo going to try and harass Dreamercell out a bit. You have hit that level 5 mark on the clockwork, so you have a lot of damage, and Dreamercell almost falls. Cuckoo will happily go back to the lane and keep farming up. And we are actually going to see some rotations. Carl, he's hit level 5, level 3 raises are up, he's going to find Kezcute. Kezcute tries to go for the stomp, but Carl will be able to pick up a very easy kill for himself, and it's straight back into the mid lane for him as he goes after Makoto, but he does have ball lightning, so the kill potential on Makoto not there any longer.
But that kill does give Carl a lot more to play with. I think that is going to set him up quite nicely. Still behind, but not as much as you'd expect anymore. Has really started considering that jungle. I believe Zephyr is around to stack, is one stack of really, and kind of dip in, try to escalate from that way still.
Hyde. And the ward down, looking to be very aggressive here onto Whiteman. He does have to crepify, he just needs some vision, and there's the Astral Spirit to give him that vision. And Whiteman, cookies away, still the Spirit follows. Hyde, can you fight the Nether Blast? You can, and Kezcute with the stomp does pick up the kill. And on top of all that, they do force out a rotation from Zephyr, and that rotation leads to nothing as mid lane now. Makoto sees that rotation, looks towards Carl. Carl will manage to walk away.
It's a very precarious spot for GeekFam. They've really trailed behind on every single core by a significant amount. Take a look at that SF, 0.4k net worth at 8 minutes in, and compare that to Mikado. Mikado's at 3.2. Just so much more on this Storm very early on. You'd want to apply a bit more pressure. Cuckoo does have level 6. Perhaps they try to make a play with that hook shot.
Looks like they will. Rocket Flare will give vision. Kezcute should be an easy kill, and Zephyr is there just in case they need it. So they'll pick up the POS 5, Order Titan once again. Nice rotation there from Cuckoo as he'll head up top now to try and help out even more, because Whiteman is going down. And, this is one of the big problems about the Snapfire. As soon as one of the balls hits from the Beastmaster, she can't run away.
Yeah. There's just nothing that allows her. You try to pop that cookie, it's not a very long-range jump. And it's always going to be easy for them to clean up. In fact, it's going to be even harder to sustain this lane now. FBZ does have level 6, does have a roar. It's an easy process to bring Raven down.
They're just trying to put their trust into Raven. on this Phantom Lancer and hope he could really escalate and farm, it seems. So Carl has to be careful. There's a rotation coming in from the Elder Titan, and well, he gets stunned up. Makoto setting up here with the Static Remnant, and it looks like Carl actually survives now as Cuckoo. He finds a two-man hook shot. They get Makoto with the razors, and now Kezcune does also go down to Cuckoo. Man, oh man, I thought they would at least get Carl before they backed off, but the SF survives.
That's a really good punishment coming out from GeekFam. Surprising that they actually backed off. Like, I believe the Storm could have zipped forward, but he had a lot of mana. Zip forward outside of range for Cogs, tried to get that last hit in, and zip away. Instead, they kind of clumped up, made it very easy for Cuckoo to get the right hook shot. Lot of value from that shot as well. Cleaning up those two heroes, and Boom ID's forward movement is punished hard. So GeekFam gonna be happy with those pickups. They are still trailing behind, but they have kind of equalized Mikado's lead down to 300. Although Carl...
Again, they make the jump. Vortex rotations coming in to try and help him out. He turns around with the razors, and Kezcue's falling low already. Carl, he could probably try for that. He won't, however, but Mikoto is very low in mana. And Cuckoo, he's looking for a hook. He wants the Titan. He has Rocket Flare to give him that vision, but looks like he will go farm up some neutrals instead. Perhaps assuming that Kezcue is already gone, but he is sticking around. But Kezcue just going to walk out of there.
Not going to find that kill, but in the time that was all happening, Boom does manage to take that top tier 1. So they get themselves a little bit more space. They are limiting the areas where Raven can farm. He's going to have to try to get himself big in that jungle. And they have invested the obs wards from GeekFam to kind of secure that there. Shouldn't be struggling too much. Ooh, nice hook. Onto Hyde.
Cuckoo going to find Hyde. Hyde decrepifies, but that is not going to help up against the battery assault of Cuckoo. Now they look for more as they know FBZ's around. Carl will break his smoke, but they got the Dream Core from Zephyr. With that, Primal Roar will come out to buy some time, but the Shadow Fiend will still be up pretty soon. Still can't really Requiem here. He is going to. I guess just assuming somebody else could have been around the area. Well, everyone just walks out.
Wasting a couple of ults there. You're not going to have that Roar for a while, but you're also not going to have the Requiem anytime soon from side. So just going to slow the pace of the game down. I think Boom Esports is perfectly happy with his pacing though. You take a look at Dreamocell, he's just got free farm. He's building up to a Battle of the Reefers. Not something we tend to see with PAs, but this is a very free farm PA week.
They should have the Battle Fury up at some decent timing. Kodo should be fine. There's no Dream Coil, but you do have a hookshot from Cuckoo there, if required. Instead, they ping out the bot lane, but they'll find Hyde trying to force in this tier 1 tower. Raven will be the one to defend and get that farm up himself on the PL.
He really doesn't have that. The wards were expired and dewarded anyway. Much vision left here. And Boom does have the option of sending Hawks. Their own jungle's not that safe. At the very least, he has that tier 1 down bot for some backup in case he... Probably the safest spot for Raven to find some free farm.
GeekFam, they're going to smoke up. FBZ, they know exactly where he is. Orb, going to give vision. Razor's there. Dream Call as well. He's been silenced. He's definitely dead. Great rotation out from GeekFam. And now Boom, they want to fight back. Zephyr gets blown up immediately, and now Dreamersaur joining in. They don't really want to fight here up against Cuckoo with a very nice Cogs, but he pushes him down the cliff. That is not exactly what they wanted, though Cuckoo now going to be in trouble as all the ultimates have really worn off, and well, Dreamersaur does jump in, but he got caught by that Requiem, and it looks like he will end up dropping as Cuckoo will be the one to pick it up on the clockwork. A very messy team fight. Dreamersaur just blinked right into the Requiem. You couldn't have asked for a worse time.
Not quite the engagement Boom was looking for. They didn't even find the kill. on that snap fire. White one got denied by the creeps.
going
They
again.
might find Cuckoo.
Okay, well that's a nice kill. Cuckoo will drop on the clock. And they are going to capitalize off this. They'll go after a tier 2 top tower. FBZ, he's got the Necro book. You've got Boars, you've got a Helmet the Dominator, and you've got Hyde.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
You know, no matter how many times the Beastmaster dies, if he could just keep finding objectives like this every time there's a slight opening, you're not going to care what his KDA looks like.
No, definitely not. They're still managing to find what they want off the map. I'd say Dreamosel is someone who needs to tone it down a notch. He doesn't need to join these. His team can take these fights without him. He doesn't do enough damage with just level 1 coup de grace. Gonna need that Battle Fury up and level 2 on the ult before you can really start pumping it out, even on this. Not gonna be grading favorably, so just use that space they're giving you. No need to join, don't feel pressure.
Dire's
Boom
bottom
Esports,
tower is under attack.
give a lot more space. It does take some investments for the PA to come online, but they're only 2 parts away from Battle Fury, so just wait it out.
Are scanning.
Boundary Ruins are going to spawn. It looks like
Radiant's
Boom
middle
should be
tower
able to
is
get
under
the advantage on those bounties. There are still 2 left on their side of the map. FBZ hasn't really gone back to claim them quite yet. He will just go ahead and farm up the Dire side jungle. It's another one of the real positives about having a Beastmaster in your team, John. You tend to get a lot of neutral items out of it. And you look at FBZ's net worth, like, he's just sitting at the top of the net worth, and he pretty much has been the whole game.
Yeah, he's just been solidly uncontested in that top lane. Nothing really to shove him out. He's been applying a lot of pressure onto Raven. He's been working that net worth into items to help his team. He's working towards a pipe next to just mitigate some of that damage coming out from GeekFam and to perhaps prolong the life of his creeps and
Ooh.
push. So
Top tower is under
Kodo. That hookshot was flying straight at him as the TP did complete.
oh, it's on the edge, trying to maximize that free there.
Just not enough time. And you know, if I may, John, this is my this is where I get a bit confused about position 3 clock works. Like, you look at Cuckoo, 16.5 minutes in, he's level 9. His net worth is just above the position 4 Pugner by about 600 gold. And he has been roaming, he's been trying to make plays for the team, and he's, you know, sitting at 4-1-1. But I question the POS 3 clock. I think, what's the point of the offlane clock when you can just run him as a POS 4 and be at the same spot anyway?
I think the main issue with how it's going for GeekFam is that they did bleed a lot of ground early on. They couldn't manage to win out in that lane against the PA too much. Like, there just wasn't enough that they could pump out there to really start leveraging Cuckoo's clock. They do have a Urn on him, but he hasn't been around for any kills just yet, so there hasn't been any value in that. It's down to GeekFam kind of playing it slow because they are just buying space for Raven as well, so they're just waiting out. Both sides are kind of waiting out the pause ones. This is favoring Boom Esports a lot more. They do have a 6k lead for themselves.
Goes on to Hyde. Snapfire Kisses were committed in the mid lane. They really want those Beastmaster, well, units, and well, they'll get the Dream Cobb, but Zephyr, he melts. He got a lot of creeps out of that. In fact, you know, considering that him and the SF did manage to clear out the Beastmaster balls and everything else, really, I don't know if you'd call that a bad trade for it.
I'd say even. Pretty even to trade your life away for that. You are giving me just a bit more EXP towards Boom Esports.
Cuckoo stunned up with the Primal Roar. Battery's not going, but they do get the Centaur Stomp off as well. Where's the follow-up, though? Astral Spirit comes in with the Stomp, does catch 2, and now the Earth Spitter flying through. This is going to be bad. Cuckoo goes down. They'll lose the SF, and Whiteman, where are you running, sir? He will actually be allowed to get away. Boom are only interested in this tier 1 mid tower.
Just really nice cleaning up there from Boom, just punishing a slight overextension. It wasn't even a very bad overextension from Cuckoo, but his positioning is punished hard. His SF is punished for standing alongside him. And just like that, what looked like a bit of a wonky trade for Boom earlier on, they managed to find the bigger kills anyway, kind of negating that loss of creeps. Couldn't be happy about that, although Raven comes in and reveals his defusal blade.
It gets hide, or should get hide. Does. Nice little pick up there on the pos 4. But the net worth lead just keeps going up for Boom. Like, they're at 7k now. It hasn't really budged. In fact, make it 8k. It's just been going up and up for this Radiant side. And I mean, it's nice and all that Raven's got the defusal up, but you look over to the PA Dream Missile, he's got the full Battle Fury, and looks like he's just one Mithril Hammer away from having the Deso up.
It's going to be big. That's a huge power spike for the PA. We tend to see that a lot. The Battle Fury just accelerates your farm, but the real damage starts to come in when you have that Desolator. And it looks like they are flying at least one Mithril Hammer out, so going to be at least doing a little bit more damage there. Did try to keep that flexibility for himself as one.
They are fighting. Dream Coil going to be there onto FBZ, but he is so tanky with that pipe. Those kisses, that Dream Coil did nothing, and now Hookshot, who have they gone after? It's going to be Kescube, but he got his ultimate out anyway. It's already there. And FBZ, he's out of mana. This is a problem. He can't get the roar off, and they will actually find that huge Beastmaster kill. And Boom ID perhaps have overextended as FBZ just did not leave. And with that GeekFam, they really shouldn't have got anything, but they do end up getting a +3 Beastmaster.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold going the way of GeekFam. They're going to be very happy with that kill. FBZ punished for some pretty far forward positioning. They're, again, you look at Boom Esports this time around, Dreamcell is looking pretty good, but this is not the fighting state for the PA, as, like, Phantom Lancer with just the defusal isn't the fighting state for that. You need the Desolator to be up and running on Dreamcell first, and it's still 2 parts away, not too long, but you need some patience here from Boom. You can't force out those big team fights. This could be an opportunity, though, as the kisses were expended earlier. They're going to have to be conscious about Carl perhaps TPing, but he's nowhere near right now. He's going to have to channel that TP to join this next fight.
Even with the Deso, like, I think you still need the BKB. It just, I don't know if he's lacking damage. Like, he's got the Implore as well, John, on the PA. So if you get lucky enough, you can crit on the crit. That's a bit of a ridiculous item for a PA. Even with the dagger, she gets the Implore active going, which is nice. 300 damage dagger, never hurts. But I think you just wait for that BKB on Dream Missile as well. Like, it's just...
It depends on his priority, because he's got both queued up. It does feel like he's going to be opting for the Desolator first, which can work as long as you manage to get the initiation. You get the first jump, you force the reactions out, have FBZ maybe cop all the spells. You can come in, clean up just nice. Although I do agree, I think the safer bet is a BKB, but it really depends. Dreamcell, I just have a feeling he's going to go for the Desolator. Playing with
he'll go for the Deso. I'm not doubting that. I just don't think he should fight when he gets the Deso. Maybe I mean, they probably will. It looks like they're going to try and force a Roshan. They're going to stop, as the Rocket Flare does give plenty of vision for GeekFam. Interestingly enough, Cuckoo on the Clockwork went for the urn, but opts to actually go after a Blade Mail after that, so he's not really interested in the Spirit Vessel yet.
Did they
I suppose
smoke under they smoked under a flare?
Oh, that's a problem. I believe there was an Observer Ward there as well, but it didn't catch it, but yeah, the flare.
Oh.
Maybe they didn't? Cuckoo?
Strange. I saw the flare after effects. That usually means they still had vision. Still, maybe it came after this. Big possibility.
Kodo looking for Zephyr, doesn't quite get him. Nice phase shift coming out from the puck. There's going to be a buyback. They want to try and snipe this Roshan attempt. It's not going to be in time. Rocket Flare comes in, it gives vision, but it only gives vision of a Roshan that isn't there anymore. Now they will try and start the fight. FBZ, he's getting taken down. His mana pool is very, very low on the Dream Core. Tether is going to be snapped, but Makoto jumps in on the SF. They'll get the Beastmaster. Can they find Carl? He'll use up, but Static Remnant is going to be able to secure the kill as Raven going to go after Hyde, and he will find that kill, but it is not worth him dying. He's trying to fight back, but it looks really bad. Makoto is running out of mana, however, and he can't actually get the hit off Raven. He's been finally slowed down, but can you kill off this PL? Dagger will be dodged. Dream Missile still chasing. Just making sure. No crit. Blinks forward.
Oh.
Does get the crit in the end, but he can't afford to die like this. A nice cookie from Whiteman. Makoto is still going to be there to help out. They will not have the damage output. The Cuckoo netting him under the tier 3. Makoto just zips forward, says, Cuckoo, I'll take your life. No worries.
One down, 4 to go.
GeekFam, just a lot of misplays in that team fight.
Definitely. It doesn't work out their way. They bought back a bit too late on Cuckoo. They miss out in trying to deny that Roche. All falls apart. They lose some pretty big targets there as well. You are starting to see the effects of Primo Cell kick in. Like, the Desolator is up. He actually skips the BKB in terms of his itemization, going for the Ags next for the Blur. So he does want to be much more active rather than depending on the BKB. I think he trusts in his teammates to cop everything else for him, and FBZ's just been dying straight up. So as long as Primo Cell's not being targeted first, no issue.
Dream Missile just jumps in, gets a 1.2k crit on Whiteman, and well, Whiteman runs away, but Carl cannot. But Hyde has a point. I think you would have just rather tank the Snapfire kill than lose your SF like that.
Right now, GeekFam, they need to wait for Raven to be ready. He's working towards a hard. That's not going to be fast to farm up. They've lost a lot of space on the map, and it does look like Boom is planning to really just shorten it out. They're taking that tier 2 down bot. They could start to shape up for that mid tier 2 as well. And once that's gone, your options for farming are going to be severely limited for GeekFam. You need farm and Raven, you need a little bit more farm on your SF. And when the map shrunk this much, there might not be enough space for all of them.
Well, tier 2 mid does go down as well as the tier 2 bot. Boom, completely taking over now. And GeekFam, they're going to try and find a position 5 Elder Titan kill, and they should be just fine in doing so. Or maybe they won't. They do get it in the end, but Makoto wants to punish them for this. Raven tries to go for the TP, but Vortex is going to be there, and now Hyde with the life drain, just trying to sap some damage from Raven. Raven will be chased down, but Makoto is out of mana once again, but they have the Primal Roar. And that'll be enough. Hyde picks up the kill. And it's only going from bad to worse for GeekFam, as now Dreamer Cell gonna find Zephyr on the park. I don't believe he has a way out though. No, he does. He blinks away. Dreamer Cell, can you get a blink strike off? Not in time. By the way, John, Dreamer Cell found an Orb of Destruction. Just, oh, and a Paladin Sword. Okay. Alright.
Balanced. 2 balanced items back to back here. Opts for the Paladin Sword instead. Yeah. I mean, yeah. This is like the 3rd time we've seen a Paladin Sword drop to a position 1 core.
When they're winning.
Perfectly. Oh, yeah. While they're winning too. Perfectly balanced favored from the Frog.
Is under attack.
Oh, my. Well, now you do need the Spirit Vessel, if you are Cuckoo.
Yeah. For sure. He's not set up to build into... He has the goal to buy the parts, but he's really inching for that blade mail. I mean, the Clockwork Core has tapered off a bit, mainly because of that blade mail not having value. You just do not have people to attack you anymore. It isn't as much of a value item pickup. That's why it's kind of risky. Though he is still going to try for it. That will hurt the PA if they're not aware. You have that going for you. They do smoke up.
They are going to try and get back into their jungle, but that is going to be an Ags on Dreamer Cell coming out as well. See if the courier can get there in time before this team fight starts, but that could make a lot of difference as Cuckoo going to hook in straight away. They want FBZ dead. The silence as well, but FBZ is a tanky target. Can they finish it in time? He's been feared up, still being chased down, but the life drain keeping him alive. He does get the Primal Roar off of Makoto. He cleans up Carl with that Dreamer Cell as well, finding Raven. And Cuckoo is going to die. And nobody on Boom ID does go down. In fact, Makoto lost his Aegis, but who cares? It was about to expire. They spent so much time on FBZ, but nobody actually cancelled off the life drain of Hyde. He just kept him alive the whole time, and they're going for tier 4s. It's GG.
Oh man, Boom Esports going for the throat and managing to clean it up. Nice and slick movement there. GeekFam getting demolished. I would say they were definitely run down here by Boom Esports. Boom got all the timings they needed. They managed to force those lanes out really favorably from the get-go. And GeekFam looking a little bit shaky here. They need to really start to tie it in for game number 2. They couldn't match the aggression. They couldn't match the movements of Boom. They really need to step it up, or they will potentially see themselves in a position they don't want to be in the series.
Well, we'll see how they do in game 2. Of course, they need to win the second game, but Boom Esports clearly aren't messing around. They need to win. They need to try and overtake RR and make it to the winner bracket slot. It'd be a hard ask, but they're going to try their best. Still, it is MLP.OnJohnXFire. We'll see you guys in about 10 minutes when that next game draft starts. See you soon.
Bet. Made for live betting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our second game of this best of 3 series between GeekFam and Boom Esports. It is MLP Dota, John Expired. John, game 1, Boom Esports, man, they look darn strong. I mean, that was just such a dominant victory. Gotta ask you, though, where's GeekFam going wrong?
Well, GeekFam just couldn't get the farm up on their own course. They were playing into the aggression of Boom Esports very badly. They couldn't match the pace. The entire pace of the game was set by Boom the entire time. I think GeekFam have to shake up their draft. They've got to change their game plan here. They have to be able to match Boom Esports movements and collapse onto them even stronger. I do believe they have coordination to get that done. They just didn't have the right heroes. Raven's PL could not find its farm. It's laning, which is so troublesome up against the Beastmaster and Pugna. So many ways of them to push that PL back without finding farm. You've got to think of ways to really go into these matchups a bit stronger. Otherwise, you're just going to lose out in every single lane. Boom Esports did that with a PA, which we don't think is particularly strong, but it came online fast. It didn't even need a BKB. It just melted everyone in backline.
It did. And you know what? I think we're looking at the ban phase right now, John. I think GeekFam, in all honesty, they need to get rid of that Beastmaster. They need to get rid of it. FBZ had too good of a game. He was top net worth the whole time. There's not many POS 1s right now that deal well with the Beastmaster. And I really think you've got to focus on FBZ if you want to try and really focus on winning this game. However, for now they haven't. There's only one ban left. And honestly, if they don't do it, I think Boom are well within their right to just go ahead and first pick it.
It's a solid pick. Like, as you mentioned, nothing can deal with it part. Really strong to have. It fits into a push lineup. It fits into a team fighting lineup quite nicely. There's so much value from that kind of pick that it should be a priority ban, but I'm not sure if GeekFam's going to go for it. They do ban out much more traditional heroes. Phoenix ban out isn't surprising. That's something we constantly banned out. We aren't seeing the spirits. So once more, that's going to be an option for Boom.
It's weird seeing those spirits not being removed. It is very strange because we've been seeing it so often that it's doesn't make much sense. But we do see the Pugna ban coming out from Boom Esports, so they don't want to see it. They don't want to play it. They've had enough of that hero. And GeekFam will get rid of the Tusk, which has been a very potent POS 4 in this new meta, at least for the moment. Boom Esports, however. How do you start off the draft? Do you want to go back into the Beast? No. They do pick up the Ember Spirit, which was banned in the first game, and I guess it's fair enough. It's a really nice pick.
It's a super strong pick. There is a reason why we see that hero banned out a lot. I have to say, I'm surprised it's coming out so early, though. It's a very early pick for the Ember. A lot of heroes you can really pick up for that. In fact, GeekFam could go for their own Spirit. They could go for that Ember Spirit up against Storm Spirit we saw a lot of. They could go for Void Spirit themselves. They could try to sneak a Nyx Assassin in to try to punish that AoE damage the Ember Spirit pops out. Do have a lot of options here. Even the Kunkka could that does look at keep that Ember in place. Instead, GeekFam will go for the Keeper of the Light. Very popular here, as we have seen. Gives you great team fight potential with that Will-O-Wisp. I believe it did get some adjustments though early on. Gyrocopter's there as well. And Boom, looking a bit stronger in my opinion. Earthshaker just gives you a lot more. The Gyrocopter we've seen once, still not a fan.
How could they not look stronger, John? Their opponents have gone to a second pick Gyrocopter. It's I don't know what it is with this hero. I don't know what teams are seeing that we aren't. Like we're casting another league right now. Gyrocopter has a 20% win rate in that league. I don't know what its win rate is in the pro scene. I'm not sure if you can get those stats now. I'm sure it's not very good. It just, at the very least, every time we cast it, it loses. Every single time, without a doubt. This time, I don't know if they'll be allowed to have the IO to match up with that Gyrocopter. It looks like Boom do get rid of it, so they make it a lot harder now for that Gyro to get the work done. And I must also add, in this new patch that just came out today, Keeper of the Light did get a significant nerf. to Blinding Light. Its cooldown, I believe, was set quite a bit higher, so it's really not as spammable as it used to be in the laning phase.
Yeah, it's certainly not as easy to get a lot of value from that hero anymore. But it's still pretty potent. You just have to really readjust yourself to that one. Still GeekFam, they go into the Rubik next. A lot of good spells to steal at the very least. The Shaker Fissure is going to be big. I'm not seeing the direct synergy with that Gyrocopter and the Keeper of the Light. It's not the most synergistic sort of combination. I suppose Will-O-Wisp with the Gyrocopter's kit is pretty good in team fights. Beyond that, you're going to be looking for a lot more setup, a lot more of a... Oh, well, I could say it. A lot more of a boom coming out from GeekFam here. And it's certainly not there yet.
Well, it is a Zephyr Rubik, John. Let's not forget. This man does tend to make magic happen on this hero. So, we're gonna... I love seeing the Zephyr Rubik come out. Anytime I see GeekFam pick a Rubik, I know we're in for a lot of fun. We've casted him many times playing this hero, and he's literally solo carried the team as a support Rubik. So that does bring me a lot more confidence in the draft now. I do feel a lot better looking at what GeekFam's doing. Boom Esports, they will respond with a Grimstroke now. Pretty standard stuff, nothing too surprising there. Obviously, very synergistic with the Ember Spirit, John, just keeping them together in that Soulbind. It's very easy to get a double chains going, just because they're right next to each other. And it's been very popular. The wave clear of the Grimstroke is very, very strong.
I think the basic combination as well of having the Grimstroke toss that Inkswell onto the Ember is pretty potent. That's something to watch out for. Of course, Boom has to be careful about giving away something like the Soulbind towards a Rubik. That's a fairly easy spell for the Rubik to steal. And we know Zephyr is a top tier Rubik, so something Boom has to keep in mind. I am keen to see what exactly they're trying to go for as a direct combination. You tend to see something that builds off of that Soulbind when you have that Grimstroke. Beastmaster is still in the pool. You could potentially see the effect of Double Roar here.
Could. There will be a Centaur Warrior now, so GeekFam, they do have a very, very potent offlane in that Rubik Centaur that we've seen many times, and usually it does work out very, very well. Boom Esports still yet to reveal their own offlane pick, and like you just mentioned, Beastmaster is there if they want to go down that route. It may not be a safe pick. You did just say, Primal is pretty easy to steal. Like it's not hard. It has a very kind of long animation, and there's a bit of a delay afterwards before you can really cast your next ability. So you don't really want to give that away to the side of GeekFam, but that's assuming you don't just get Zephyr first anyway. In a team fight, like only time will tell.
That puts a lot of pressure on the Rubik, because it does really look like GeekFam is relying on Zephyr to set up here. Beyond just the Will-O-Wisp from the Keeper, a lot of that control is either coming from the Rubik or the Centaur, and the Centaur only really has to stomp, so you're going to be looking for a lot more from this Rubik. Boom does go with the Mars instead. Not the most synergistic with the Grimstroke, but does work out with everything else Boom Esports has. With the Ember Spirit, with that Earthshaker, you're going to be clumping them up in a fairly tight area. And that's where a lot of these heroes shine. So you are seeing all of that come together for Boom Esports. Of course, I have to point out, Boom is going for a very special strat here. They're going for the all reds. So it's working out quite well for them. Their banners are red. They're on the Dara side. Their heroes are red. Looking pretty darn good.
You're stretching it a little bit by saying Grimstroke's red. Like he's got a bit of red.
His hat is red. His outfit's red. He's a red hero. He's blue inside, but he's red outside. That's what matters. We're all about outer appearances.
Okay. Thank you for that, John. We'll see if they continue the trend as GeekFam. They do have one more ban left before we get into the next ban and then the last picks. GeekFam, they do get rid of the Ricky. Very annoying hero. And, we have seen quite a bit of Ricky up against Gyrocopters pretty much every time it's been picked up. And Ricky seems to do quite well up against the Gyro, because it's just such a immobile hero that it's just so easy for a Ricky to jump in, clear him out, and jump back out.
Team pick.
And boom, of course, they get rid of the Quap. Unsurprising.
Radiant pick.
Solid ban out. They do close out. Oh my god. Okay. I have a couple of things to say about it.
Okay.
Lycan, very strong hero, great push. Does give Boom Esports the push. that they need. They don't really have the best push right now. Red.
Thank
That's
you.
it. That's it. That's all that needs to be said. It's red.
Thank you for
All
your
red.
10
Look at that.
seconds
Oh.
remaining.
Love it.
thank you for your deep analysis as always, John.
5 seconds remaining.
Are they paying you for this, John? Are you
Yes,
getting?
yes, they are.
Well,
I
okay.
can say it. I have no NDA. Oh, man.
GeekFam.
I mean,
Go
that's-
on, John. What is
it-
you?
it's a great pick, right? Like the Lycan, it's going to melt these towers. You are picking it into a gyro who can flat cannon your summons, I suppose. It doesn't feel like a very pertinent thing. Like the Lycan's still going to be online before the gyrocopter is, for the most part. I don't see it losing out in any lane. This does kind of cancel out what GeekFam's trying to do with their own team fight synergy here. And they're going to have to pick something that will deal with Lycan. I would say maybe a puck for mid. Kind of keep him still, help you clear out those waves as well. That's Geek could look at. Plays with that Keeper of the Light and the Gyrocopter quite nicely. So you can last pick that.
They're waiting. GeekFam looking to finish this draft off strong. Okay, Monkey King it is. They need the early game presence. Can't disagree with the Monkey King pick. They do have the tools. They do have the tools available to deal with this Lycan, right? You've got the Coddle, you've got the Gyrocopter, you've got a Rubik who can still stroke a Fate, which is very effective against the Lycan, and you've also got now a Monkey King who can just bite head on. Overall, two very interesting drafts. Looking at those drafts, John, we are in game number 2. Who do you think does have the better looking draft?
Better looking Boom Esports because of the red.
Who has the better
actual
draft?
playability?
Okay,
Boom Esports.
yeah.
It's the for me. It's still Boom. I think it's going to be easier for them to hit their timings. I think for GeekFam to have their draft work, they're going to need to get decent farm on their gyrocopters. They have to get Raven some space. They need to give Carl some good space as well. They don't need too much farm. The issue is they've got to find that midway point where they have 2 mid-game items, start fighting. They can't take their time here because Boom will melt their towers. This is just something that Boom Esports does a lot of. They're going to run down your objectives fast. So you have to find a midway point, get initial farm going. Once you're comfy enough, once you have the levels to burst them down, start fighting, start forcing Boom in a rough spot, forcing them to really compromise themselves with their positioning, start to punish that overextension. Boom can and is prone to overextending. That is something you can abuse here.
We'll see how it all does pan out. GeekFam do not want to drop this series in game 2. That would not be nice. We'll move into it though.
Prepare for
And
battle.
of course, hopefully for us, John, we always want to watch more Dota. We'd rather it not just end quickly. But we can't control the outcome of the game. We'll have to see how GeekFam can perform. Of course, odds are up on the screen, John. You probably can't see them yourself, but Boom Esports are the favorites. And it's not because of the color of their heroes, John. It is simply because they probably won game 1 and are looking to be the favorites in this matchup.
I wouldn't blame. Boom is looking pretty darn good so far. It's really on to GeekFam. GeekFam has to step it up. They've got a lineup that can deal with Boom. I'd say it's harder for them to deal with it, but it's certainly a possibility. They've got to play to their strengths here. They've got to come out stronger in their lanes. They can't afford to have Raven lagging behind. That's a really big part of it. You cannot be too far behind on the gyrocopter because you're going to invest a lot of time playing catch-up, and that's time Boom ID will just run you down. So you ensure that Raven has a good lane this time compared to game 1, and I think that'll correct a lot of the issues.
Did you ever Oh, Zephyr. Oh, that's not good. Well, they know that there's a ward there now, so you've got that, and Zephyr actually pings it out perfectly. So he does take a bit of damage from the tier 1, but it pays off because you know exactly where the dire ward is, and you can take it out immediately. A fight over those boundaries, so nice Fisher coming out. Kezcute really setting up here onto Raven, but FBZ, he's falling quite low. Rocket Barrage comes out, FBZ still falling low, but not low enough. Hide. He'll turn around onto Whiteman now. Kezcute, he's the only man left. Still running forward. Zephyr will turn around and continue harassing. They're just not going to back off. Boom is very angry this game. Hyde, nice stroke of fate connecting on two. They should have blocked them away from the... I mean, that's just genius.
Raven.
That is really clever. And Zephyr will be the one who has to come in and take some creeps away. Raven, he only misses out on one range creep. It's not the biggest deal, but nice little play there from Kezcute.
Definitely. You mentioned it before, but it's these tiny plays, these tiny little wins that you get in a game like Dota 2 that really brings you ahead. So, Boom, looking to keep that aggression up, are running a tri-lane here to face up against GeekFam's own tri-lane, although you do see movement from Zephyr.
Well, he knows where the ward is, so I think he just wants to go get the D ward off, but he doesn't have a sentry yet. Zephyr? You're not really going to put a ward down now. I mean, if he puts a ward down, that would be terrible, though. Yeah, he's going to go for the courier snipe, and he's going to find it. That's huge. Great play from Zephyr. And Makoto, he brought a salve out, so at least he has that, but after that, if Carl can just work his magic, Makoto should have a very rough time.
Definitely, and this should be a pretty decent lane for Carl. Like, this definitely does favor that Monkey King, has the slight range advantage, has the spam ability, and the capability of just staying in that lane by sheer right click.
Kezcute is dead, although nice spear onto Raven. Inkswell from Hyde. He's going to go after Whiteman. Does he have the damage? He does. It'll be a 1-for-1 on supports.
You die.
This bot lane is getting messier and messier.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you stack 6 heroes down there, although, once more, you do see Zephyr switch out. So he's going to be up top now, and we do go back to what I presume will be dual lanes, although you do see Kezcute slowly walking back. So they just want to keep that pressure onto Raven, but that is going to cost them that top lane. Dreamercell is fending off Cuckoo alone.
Somewhat. Like, Cuckoo is still freely farming. Zephyr, he's going to make his way in. I think the idea is, like, just trying to stem the bleeding that is going to be this Lycan in 10-15 minutes.
Dire's courier has been killed.
So, Dreamercell's courier does go down. Zephyr really focusing down those couriers as much as he can. We'll even get the creep pool away. It's going to make Dreamercell's life just a little bit harder. Whoa. Mid lane, Makoto does end up going down, and Carl, with the Boundless Strike, finishing off the Ember. And I guess at least it gives him a bit of a reset, as he did use that salve he brought out earlier on. That will give Carl a huge advantage in that mid lane, however.
He's already significantly ahead in terms of last hits. He's having a great time mid, in very stark contrast to game 1. This should give GeekFam a nice timing here. Should allow Carl to be much more active earlier on, and that's what they're going to need if they want to stem the push that can come out from Boom.
Carl has just complete control over the lane, and should really stay that way. I can't imagine it gets any worse for him, though. Whiteman, bot lane, is going to get ganked up. Hyde, he went for the auto attack and doesn't connect with the Inkswell.
It's a missed opportunity there, but they did have Raven coming in. I think that's what held the Hyde off. Stepped back immediately. Doesn't want to try risking copying all that rocket barrage. Lots of pain there.
You're still giving FBZ a lot of farm on the Mars anyway, right? Like, he's still having a great old time. I don't think it's going to really be too much of a concern as to whether the Coddle's dead or not. Mid lane. Jingu Mastery going to be procced. Raven ends up finding Hyde on the Grimstroke, so Hyde just completely out of position. Raven, homing missile, apparently was enough to finish the job off.
Again, just managing to really bully that out. I think Hyde was playing pretty far forward. Doesn't have too much regen left on him, so probably just wanted to reset. Does get it. Does cost him a bit, but GeekFam gonna be very happy with this kind of start. 3-1 already, 2k, 1k lead. On top of that, stark contrast to game 1. They're managing to find a lot more from their lanes, and Boom is just not managing to maximize that farm as we saw them do in game 1.
It's going to be a real slow kind of game for Boom if they can't help out Makoto in this mid. Like, He's now been completely leveled by Carl, one full level ahead, and just every time he comes forward, he just gets 3 stacks placed on him. Carl will keep those on him and make sure Makoto just doesn't feel safe to even approach the mid lane.
It's not a fun time for Makoto. He's really just not going to be finding too much farm here. And he's going to have to accept that Carl is just going to be ahead. There's really nothing they can do unless they toss the support rotation in. Still runs the risk with just how much Carl has in terms of raw power right now. You could run the risk of actually giving him killed. So the window to gank the Monkey King has kind of slipped. I believe Boom now has to just focus on her side lanes. Try to give Dreamosol the initial farm he needs. I mean, he's not really struggling, but he's not shining against Cuckoo. Cuckoo's at 42-12 compared to Dreamosol's 23-0. Now that's still better than our Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter's at 18-5, so Raven's not having the best of times as well. But FBZ's not winning as much as Cuckoo is. So that's going to be a major factor for GeekFam that should play into their favor. And that could mean that Cuckoo is going to be much more active on map a bit earlier on than you'd expect.
I mean, you can't forget as well, John, like last game around, Cuckoo was playing a POS 3 Clockwork, which, you know, arguably just doesn't scale as well as something like a Centaur, which, in my opinion, just scales really well. Just becomes infinitely tankier. It's pretty much always effective. And with this much farm on Cuckoo, he should be in a much better position. Dreamosol, not so much. Dreamosol's in fact almost only half the CS.
Yeah.
That's kind of insane.
It's really a big difference from game 1. The laning presence that GeekFam has is much more effective. That's definitely one of the changes they did need. They just need to maintain this. I think with the fact that Carl has won mid, supports have a lot more leeway on the side lanes. You do want to keep an eye on Raven, though. Like, yeah, Cuckoo's winning hard. Raven is lagging behind, which means that could potentially see the Gyrocopter take his time as you enter that mid-game. He's not going to be around to drop that call down. Probably just going to be farming up for a while until he gets 1 or 2 items up. And that could give Boom Esports a bit of a window to try to take those objective talks.
Oh, we're still going to be paused up. Dreamosol just still having some issues. Oh, thank you, Mr. Admin. 8 minutes of pause time left, apparently. And I guess after that, it's going to be a matter of whether GeekFam are willing to share pause time.
Let's shake things up.
So this is this is a final series of the group stage, so you wouldn't blame them for not sharing it. This is war after all. Are we going to see a Spirit Vessel this game, I wonder? Like, we still haven't seen one all day. We went from seeing one every single game to now just never.
I think in this case, you probably won't. I don't think there's enough, like, regen-dependent heroes here to really need that. Like, you could make an argument for the Mars, but I don't think Spirit Vessel is going to do too much when there's no one really healing up. You just have to be able to jump him from a different area. Beyond that, I don't think it's going to be too... Maybe for, like, the Monkey King, so Boom could consider it. I don't see anyone naturally building into it fairly quickly, though, unless you're going to be looking at Mikato building a fast Urn. That's an option. We have seen Ember Spirits go from Urn to Spirit Vessel. Is something they could fall back to if they really just want to deal with Carl, who can be a nuisance, can last a lot longer than you'd expect. But for GeekFam, I don't see any real reason they have. Nothing there from Boom. I guess the regen on the Lycan, but that becomes a bit less of a factor as the game goes on, as your damage goes up. Like, it's nothing obnoxious like having an Oracle around with False Promise. So no real pressure here to build into that.
Shout out to my wife from Cuckoo.
Let's shake things up.
Didn't know Cuckoo was married. He loves her. That is fantastic, Cuckoo. Shout out to Cuckoo's wife.
Yeah, just
Never
lots of
be
love.
ashamed to admit love.
Mm-hmm.
How's your wife going, John?
You saw it in my bed. It's doing fine. It's doing fine. Perfectly fine. Oh, don't ask me, Mike. If you don't want to really know, don't ask. Okay? It's not a happy.
Shake things up.
Still filing the papers in court.
5 minutes.
5 minutes
went
left.
to the admin.
Awesome.
Ooh, time a ticking.
Big.
You'd hate to see a game end with these kind of this kind of reasoning, but rules are rules.
They are.
Speaking
Hopefully-
of rules, shout out to PPD, by the way. In case you weren't aware, PPD has announced his retirement the other day. Greatest captain of NA for sure.
Oh, for
And a fantastic person, John. Have I mentioned, he's a really nice guy.
yeah, you have. I mean, it's the persona I think that a lot of people misconstrue. But I think he's a solid guy.
Oh, he is.
He means well.
He does. It's gonna be a real shame not seeing him in the scene any longer. Oh, he'll still be around though for sure. Like I imagine he'll probably start casting. Be an analyst, jump on the panels and things like that. We'll still get our yearly dose of salt, I'm sure.
Oh, it's not the same without salt. Gotta have that flavor.
Absolutely. You know what I found out the other day, by the way, John? And I don't know if
Yeah?
this is a similar thing in the Philippines. Do you guys have chicken salt?
What?
Chicken salt.
Is that salt from? What is that? Describe it to me first. Maybe we call it something more civilized.
It's
do you
just
mean?
chicken flavored salt, like not an actual
What?
chicken. It's like it's a Well, it doesn't taste like exactly like chicken. It's just a flavoring, right? On normal salt, and we in Australia call it chicken salt.
Chicken salt. We don't have chicken salt. We do have something that I'm sure a lot of my fellow Filipinos in chat would support me with. Nor magic syrup. We have that. Y'all don't have that. Magic flavor crystals. We don't know what it is. We toss it everywhere. But it's not quite chicken salt. I'm really not sure what chicken salt is. That sounds interesting. I think it might be the same as what I'm talking about. Maybe. Although those are more of granule. They're not salt. Is it really literally just rock salt with flavoring?
I mean, it's not rock salt. It's basically like table salt, but I can't believe... the reason why I bring this up, because I realized the other day I saw a tweet, and apparently Americans don't have it. And as an Australian, because we eat chicken salt on our chips, right? It's delicious.
What does that mean?
It's just a delicious
can't
flavoring,
imagine
John.
it. And that sounds fantastic then.
It
I
is.
can't say we have that. We definitely don't have that. We do have magic syrup, so that's what we have. I can't explain it to you. It's just magic flavoring you toss everywhere. It's actually pretty funny. There was this one video where some foreigner was asking, like, Filipino guy on the street who was making like roast chicken. He's asking, oh, there's lemongrass here, there's salt, and what else is in there? The guy's like, oh yeah, salt, and just says nonchalantly magic syrup. It's like admitting that you're using a pre-made curry in a restaurant,
I see.
But we do use that. It's part of our culture now.
Okay. I guess it wouldn't be an MLP Dota John X Firecast without some mukbang casting, John. Gotta get the mukbang casting out. What does that mean?
Oh my god.
Well, go on, John. You can't just laugh at every joke and not tell me what's going on.
You're just calling everyone tits. Hello.
What?
Hello, Pete.
Is it
I don't know how to translate.
All right. Well, if it's
I don't know how to
inappropriate,
translate that.
don't say it. If it's, what does that mean? Is this inappropriate?
It's hello. I see. This is one thing. I'm just not very good in explaining Filipino, but it's man, that's really hard to actually translate and make it straight up. It sounds like "hello, fellow tit." No, that doesn't sound funny in itself. It's a lot funnier in my head. Maybe I'm just not that funny. It's laugh.
Okay. Thank you for that, John.
Wait. Yeah, you tell them, Cuckoo.
Get him, Cuckoo.
I don't know.
The Whiteman's on his own team, by the way. It's not like he's trash talking the other team or anything.
Yeah, cause that's Hello Mga Katita is like it's not quite. It's just so random. Like what made it funny was that freaking white one in Sephiroth. More of, and it's like, well, it makes sense enough, but it also really doesn't.
Okay. Well, Cuckoo's now asking the questions. He's taking over the adminning. Oh, Cuckoo the nice guy. Wow.
Oh.
Sportsmanship from
Tips
Cuckoo.
out.
Give him the tip. First,
Oh.
he tells his wife he loves her in a professional match, and now offering pause time. Nice guy, Cuckoo.
Very nice. Southeast Asia. That's how we do it.
Just in time. We do have the reconnection before the time ran out. Apparently the power went out for Dreamer Cell, but now the power is back on, and we will get back to it. So where were we? Dreamer Cell, he was struggling a little bit in lane up against Cuckoo on the Centaur. And I mean, basically the similar thing was happening down at the bot lane. In fact, it's even worse for Raven on the gyrocopter.
Double damage.
Still, Carl's having a fantastic time. He's even found himself a double damage rune now on the Monkey King. So, I mean, you look at Makoto on the Ember. He's just gone to jungle. He's had enough.
Yeah, really not much for him to do in that lane. He's gonna have to give it up. A rotation out, hide to try to soak some EXP. Very precarious place to soak it. Carl can just kind of run up, get some damage.
It's going to be a really slow leveling process for Makoto, though. He's going to TP back mid, but like Carl's level 7 now. In comparison to the level 5 of the Ember. Not going to find the Sage Creep either. Let's try. And ping's coming out onto FBZ from Raven. Well, FBZ hasn't hit that level 6 yet, so they do have somewhat of an opening to try and take down this Mars. Raven's probably just giving his team the heads up, like, hey, I'm struggling against this guy. Let's get a gank going.
I mean, overall though, I think GeekFam is still gonna be happy with the state of the game. Like, look at Carl hunting that jungle, trying to find Makoto, who does miss, but the pressure is on Makoto. He just can't stand that lane. And, you know, they've got a nice lead. 3K now at 7.5 minutes in. 3-2K. Very good compared to game 1. This is setting themselves up to really mitigate that kind of playstyle Boom Esports wants to bring out. They're going to have to really find a way to apply that pressure. They are buying space for the Lycan, to be fair. Boom have transitioned Dreamo Cell into the jungle. Going to be finishing up that Helm of the Dominator in about 300 gold. So that's when the Lycan can really start to come online. But it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough with this kind of net worth deficit yet.
Regeneration.
A lot of stacks going out here from Whiteman on the Coddle, just setting up those Ancients for the Gyrocopter later on. Raven. Not really falling that far behind. Like, in terms of net worth, he is still far ahead of the Lycan. In fact, they are going to go for an attempt now onto FBZ. Raven has got the call down, ready to go. FBZ going to go for the TP. They will have no way to cancel that, and he will get out successfully.
Just on the edge. If he did TP just a bit later, they might have found him, the rocket might have hit, but does go away, does waste some time. Still gets whacked. It's gonna be too much of an issue.
They are taking control over this game, though. I mean, Cuckoo's found the top tier 1. There's going to be no trade for Boom. They aren't going to be able to find the bottom tier 1 for quite a bit of time. We do see the rotation back down bot by FBZ, and Hyde is there, but it's not like they're going to siege that tier 1 tower. So, all they could really do is hope for a kill attempt here with that Arena of Blood. They could go for it now, FBZ. He's within range to jump Raven. It can be challenging, though, when you have Blinding Light available from Whiteman. Unless you have 4 heroes down here. In fact, they do. Dreamer Cell. Oh, the Spirit knocked him out of the arena. Raven is going to walk away, but a nice ink swell on that Dominated Creep. Dreamer Cell going to chase him down, but now Carl's here, and they should be able to turn this.
No.
But a huge Bishop from Kescute. It is not going to be enough. Dreamer Cell still chasing, but this is not safe. They need to get the hell out of there. Dreamer Cell runs for his life. A homing missile will chase. Do they keep going? I don't think they'll really make it. Oh, they will. Boundless Strike. Lift is going to come out. Dreamer Cell, he turns around. He tries to fight like a man, but it means nothing. Boom ID just I don't know what they were trying to do there. Like, kill the gyrocopter, but once that arena was messed up, they just should have left.
They missed the arena, they missed the fissure. Like, they trapped Raven on the wrong side, so the Lycan had to walk around in a full circle, and they just missed out. A lot of small mistakes there from Boom, costing them a lot. GeekFam gonna get a lot out of that. They should be able to pressure this tier 1 tower, and Boom, maybe they try to fight this. They are clumped up, but I don't think they have the tools to really take a fight now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That tier 1 mid not going to be very safe.
Dire's
GeekFam
are fortified.
trying to get it down, though Fortify will come out. Carl threatening the Wukong's command. Carl will manage to finish off the tier 1. Boom. 5k net worth behind. Just looks worse and worse for them as time goes on, as they just... You don't have the greatest catch-up mechanisms for Boom with this kind of draft. Like, it is very, very challenging to try and catch up in terms of farm, especially up against something like a Monkey King, who can really just constantly have vision with that Primal Spring and Tree Dance.
Yeah. Like, the Monkey King's gonna keep a constant watch on you. You can't flash farm as fast as Raven could. He's really fast in the Gyrocopter with that flak, and he's been left alone now. He's managed to overtake all the cores on the side of Boom,
Dire's top tower
and is leading. He's the lowest value core on GeekFam's side, but that's still a better spot than any hero on Boom side. So Boom has to be able to get the lid on one of these heroes. They've fallen behind a huge amount. 5k lead now for GeekFam at 12 minutes in. Really big swing in their favor. And if it continues to bleed out like this, I don't see too many ways for Boom Esports to catch back up. They're going to have to play their cards perfectly, split push like madmen, and give Dreamocell all the space in the world to get those objectives for them.
Radiant are scanning.
Makoto could be in trouble. Zephyr has a haste rune. Doesn't get the lift off, and really still there. He got the remnants. That's always nice. Chain's going to be there on Zephyr. He's got a remnant out, but he needs to use it now, and he does not get it off in time. Hyde, he had the silence.
It's always easy to spot an imitation.
And so Boom at least finds something. But you look at Makoto, he's being stalked right now. Primal Spring won't really connect anyway. Makoto has a remnant. He feels safe. Won't even need to use it.
I mean, while this game does slow down, GeekFam just farms up. Raven clears out that massive stack that Whitemon has been working on for a while. That's a huge gold injection into our Gyrocopter. Again, slowly building up towards tags, and once that's up, the farm accelerates. The presence in team fights is much greater. It's going to take a lot more to try to kill him off with the added stats. And you can't say the same about Dreamocell. His farm has just been trailing behind at a consistent rate. Every single hero on Boom just cannot find that flash farm they need.
Kono. Boundless Strike not coming out. Carl. Assuming he may have remnanted it, and now it does come out. Won't be enough, of course. And Boom, they've got to make some kind of play with this draft. I just don't know what it is. They don't flash farm as fast as the Gyrocopter. Top 3 net worths are the side of GeekFam though, so there's no real way to push. They just feel trapped. Like, what do you do in this situation?
They need to slowly build up. If they want to take a fight, they need to have their Mars in front. Although FBZ, it looks like he might be in his touch of trouble instead.
Yeah, he's surrounded. Smoke rotation. GeekFam just ruining the only thing that was going well for Boom. And Carl will pick up another kill on the Monkey King. That'll extend the net worth lead to 6k the way of GeekFam. It's just not slowing down. They just keep doing it.
Just not much really Boom can do. They can't afford to split push. They can't afford to take fights. They need a lot more waiting for them. It looks like a reversal of game one. Like, it's Boom that's in the situation GeekFam was in game one this time around, and they're not dealing with it all too well as well.
They really aren't. Makoto's just farming stacks. Like, he understands he needs to, or he needed to really set the tempo of the game with this Ember pick, and that has not happened. He's trying to catch up the best he can, but look at that net worth. He's at 4.5k. He's 3k behind the offlane Centaur of Cuckoo.
He's
Still,
forced
they're
into
gonna,
blade meal. Well,
they do get an arena, so it's going to be Zephyr going down again. You know, normally you'd say that's not the greatest kill in the world, but anything is good right now. In fact, they're going to try after Cuckoo. This could be huge. Inkswell will connect, but do you have the damage? Will-O-Wisp will be dropped, and now the Wukong's command going to fly out. Still, Makoto gets out of there, but FBZ, he is stuck in the middle of all of it. He's going nowhere, and they will find one in the form of Hyde, and FBZ also will go down. And they just couldn't finish off the mid T1 tower while all that was happening either.
just gives a lot more to GeekFam in this exchange. They're winning out, they're finding the fights, they are rotating quite well, and just taking every single piece that Boom could depend on away from them. Now, the only good thing to come out from that for Boom is that DreamWhistle's not being bothered in his jungle, so he's farming up. The issue is, are you able to ride off the back of this Lycan? Is that going to be enough with how far behind you are? It's really looking like it's not going to be. They need to take some of these fights, they need to find those pickoffs, but GeekFam is all over the map. They just jump in, they counterfight, they know they can easily overwhelm whatever Boom Esports has, and Boom is just forced to retreat immediately. They finish up that blade mail on Mikado as well. I don't think that's going to do enough. It's just going to give him a little bit more presence, but really not much more than he already has.
I agree.
Is under attack.
They're going to find Carl, but they're going to try. Inkswell going to be out there. Carl just stands there and man fights. Jingu Proc is there, but can you burst him down? They may be able to, and they do. Oh, okay. That's not good, Carl. That is not good.
It's a lot of gold going away from Mikado, a lot of EXP as well. It's going to be one of the bigger pickoffs they have. That swing just went down to 6k for the way of GeekFam.
Keskut should drop here on the Earthshaker, and does. They do find a support. Stampede? For what? Oh, now without the Stampede, Makoto says, I'll go. Arena, gonna be there. Zephyr, he will drop immediately. Now they'd love to find Cuckoo. He's a bit of a tanky target, but he's worth quite a bit of gold right now. As Call Down will fly out. They aren't gonna be able to finish the job. Perhaps they turn on Raven, but it looks unsafe as now Carl has came in, although Cuckoo getting very, very low on that Centaur. And Carl wants sweet, sweet revenge, but can he find it? He'll go after Hyde. FBZ, a nice spear on the Monkey King. Now the Inkswell just controlling up this monkey. They'll get him, and now the Echo comes out. It's pretty huge from Keskut, but is it enough? That Will-O-Wisp really distracting them during this team fight, but Makoto, he found Whiteman. Now they run forward. They found the gyrocopter. Raven goes down, but Zephyr, he jumps in with the remnants. It at least gets Makoto, but it will cost his own life, and they still want more. They want Carl on the Monkey King. He should be safe. But that is a huge team fight for Boom.
Very big team fight going the way of Boom. They do lose out on their Ember, but they found so many big kills. The patient coming out from the Earthshaker to wait there.
Almost gets spotted out there and taken out by FBZ. Had that spear landed, that would have been very, very bad news. And you know, that net worth lead, John, it started dipping now. They're about 7-8k. It's now down to 4. You've given a lot of gold away to that Lycan, who now has the Necro 1 book up, and kind of halfway to the Necro 2 book, and Mikoto especially, right? Like, he was so far behind in levels. Now he's actually out-leveling in terms of XP the Monkey King.
It's a really good spot for Boom. Not quite fixing all the issues they have, but if they keep taking these fights these ways, I think you're going to have a lot of success. They just need to play around their Mars and their Ember Spirit, all the damage that does pump out. They have to land that combination. It's really on FBZ's back to get the arena, get the spear out perfectly, and then the follow-up damage comes out. Of course, it would help if Kezcute had a way of closing the gap for the Echo Slam, but his first Echo wasn't bad. He just walked up, caught 3 heroes. That was definitely one of the tools that let them do that as well.
Close call, John. Zephyr didn't really react with the lift. Stampede again. Where are they going? Top lane it's going to be as Kezcute does get caught. Raven commits the call down. Kezcute, Fisher. Homing missile connects and yeah, he'll die. I question the stampeding there. Mikoto does get a very nice dodge on the hoof stomp. And he actually runs in for the rune. My god. The balls on this man.
Oh yeah. Right on the edge. Just trying to get as much as possible. Really scary situation to be in, but does go out just fine. Cam just can't really find anything with that. If they did land that stomp, of course, it would have gone for kill. Still, Boom Esports finally get the Necro 2s now. Well, they have a little bit more coming out. They immediately smoke with that item pickup. They're going to try to find something.
They will try. Of course, any kill really does mean a tower right now. Anything they can find means that Boom ID will take at least one objective. Who is it they are going to find? They'd love to get Cuckoo right now on the Centaur. He doesn't have Stampede. He does get Ink Swelled. And it looks like he is getting bursted, though Wukong's will save his life for now. But the Soulbind holding him into the Stroke of Fate will take him out. Meanwhile, Makoto going straight after Zephyr, and he does get him with a Sleight of Fist. It's a 2-for-0 trade as Carl jumps in after Makoto. He throws a Remnant. He'll survive as they go for more. Carl, you can't die like this, but the arena drops. FBZ with the follow-up, and Carl is going down. Oh, John, this is really, really upsetting to see for GeekFam. Like, they were so far ahead. I thought it was impossible for Boom to come back. I really did.
It's just just sets of small slip-ups that Boom managed to feed through. That's giving them the turnarounds. Carl dying this many times has been a major factor. He's not there to get his damage out. You saw the great effect of that Soul Bind as well onto Cuckoo right when Carl was coming in, mitigating the escape of Cuckoo and the initiation of Carl, just messing up that entire fight by the ramp, giving so much more to Boom than you'd expect, tying them up basically in terms of net worth, just a 2k advantage for GeekFam. That's still pretty good. But you take a look at how spaced apart cores are, it's not that big of a gap anymore.
No. The Lycan's caught up. He's at 9k now, and he's got the full book coming out, Necro 3 book on the way. Makoto has found Cuckoo. He has a double damage rune bottled up and a new Deso. He pops the Blade Mail, still not popping the DD because he doesn't need to. Cuckoo's dead.
I love it coming out from Makoto. Just going straight for that Desolator after finishing up the Blade Mail, just to play off that physical damage. It's paying off. Like, it was a very rough start for Makoto. He was not getting anything from lane. He was not finding farm. He wasn't given really free reign on jungle because Dreamer Cell had to be there. Now he's coming in, now he's doing the damage. He's hard to deal with. They're gonna go for the Roche. It is scanned out. GeekFam can get something done, but it does look like falling a bit too fast.
I think they've lost all confidence. Like, Cuckoo's not there to tank and be in the front lines with the Stampede. Who else is gonna jump in? Like, Carl's just getting destroyed every time he tries. And against all odds, at 23 minutes in, it'll be Boom that takes the first Roshan. And by the way, that net worth lead, now down to 1k. And, oh, Cuckoo, no. They just took a Roshan. Oh my, and now they move forward as Whiteman, chained up, Makoto catches him and he is dead.
Damage coming out from Makoto with the double damage rune. He took more than half of the HP of Whitemon. Just melted.
Oh, I mean, why go to the triangle after a Roshan attempt from Boom?
Just careless. GeekFam kind of slipping up here, giving a couple of kills they shouldn't be. They're going to lose this tier 2 as well. You have to remember, Dreamosel does have the Necro Trees now. So he's going to be able to melt through these objectives. Still has the Shapeshift as if they want to.
Mid lane? FBZ drops the arena, but he is by himself. Raven had a BKB up, pops up at the Soulbind just in time, holding him down, and here comes Makoto. Gets the chains, has Inkswell. They want the gyro first, but a huge Will-O-Wisp, and now the Echo comes out. The gyro goes down, but Carl is trying to fight back. Makoto is low, and he does lose the Aegis, but here comes Dreamosel. He will find Whiteman, and the only man left is Carl, who will manage to jump out of there. Still, you would argue, a better team fight for Boom. They got the better gold change. It does end up being a 3 for 3, and I guess you would argue for FBZ that was a bit of an early initiation. But still, you found the POS 1, you found the POS 1 and a couple supports. You can't be too upset.
No, definitely not. You forced the usage of those fresh BKBs as well from GeekFam. That was the 10-second BKB charge on Carl, 10-second BKB charge on Raven. So, you're slowly whittling down in that. They're not going to have the biggest, longest amount of magic immunity next time you take these fights. You do expend the Aegis, but found those kills, you found the objective you want. Boom Esports is still pretty happy. Still slowly building back up. GeekFam does have ways of turning these fights around. You're going to have to really be a lot more careful.
Raven. Arena. It's there. Inkswell, silence, everything. They do blinding light. Cuckoo jumps in. They force out the BKB, but the Soulbind is there, and now the cooldown will come out, and that will allow them to walk away. But that's 2 charges of the BKB now, going down in the exact same spot to the exact same initiation.
You know, the biggest thing about this as well, it's like he has a BKB. I mean, that's down to 9 seconds too, but he's not being forced to use it in response. He's using it to play aggressively, and that's really making the difference here for Boom. They're just the ones dictating the pace of the game from a deficit into a 3K lead. GeekFam have to find a way to get back in. I have to mention Carl still saving up for a Radiant at this point on Monkey King. I'm not sure if the timing is going to be good enough. Like, he should go for maybe a value item at this point. Give him a lot more presence than just saving up for the Sacred Relic.
Yeah, I can't say I agree with it either. This is not exactly Thompson timing, that's for sure. FBZ gonna jump in. Fisher gonna be there on Carl, but they found the spear on Whiteman, and that's the coddle gone. Now with the Inkswell on the Mars, they almost found him, but Zephyr does save the day, but Dreamosel, he will take care of Zephyr. Still, they try to fight. Will-O-Wisp is gonna be there. FBZ in the middle of it with the arena, and they go straight after Carl. The Monkey King is dead. The BKB starting to wear off on the gyro as Whiteman. He'll die back on the Keeper of the Light. And this game is getting harder and harder as time goes on. Boom will not go for a tier 3 push as the wave is not going to be around for them, and the buybacks did come out from Carl, but are they actually going to fight? What? This is not the fight. Cuckoo jumps in on the Grimstroke. They'll start on Hyde, but they're going to lose Zephyr. It's a dieback on the Rubik. Hyde will buy back on the Grimstroke now. They want to keep fighting. Carl, but the Echo Kescued. He jumps in and finds 3 of them. He will go down in the end, but they'll lose Raven. Cuckoo's about to fall as well as Makoto is just controlling everybody. They can't even kill the Mars. This could be GG. As Carl's trying to run away, but how many diebacks are we seeing here? He's caught. That's a dieback on the Monkey. I think the game's over.
That's awesome. They should be able to melt through these objectives. They're going to have Shapeshift in 7 seconds.
It's tier 4s. Like, there's no buybacks left.
Dreamosel's still going for... Yeah, they're top Shapeshift. They're just going to go for the safe play, melt the racks. But nah.
No, go for the tier 4s, right? Like, there's no buybacks.
Dreamosel just assembled his assault pierce in the enemy base. It looks like they just want to play it safe. They're going to go for the mega creeps.
Okay.
And just, they don't want to. You know, they are ahead. They know that they could just swing back, but...
GG's been called.
Alright. Just like that. Alright. Boom. It looked right? GeekFam had a much better start this time around. Number 2. What small mistakes, like Carl getting caught out. The positioning in those fights. And Boom just finds a way back in. So, props to Boom. They take the series 2-0. GeekFam, they looked good. It looked like they were going to take this to game 3. Not enough in the tank. Bled a bit too much from their lead and really give it all back.
With that, John, that is it for the night. Big congratulations to Boom, of course. I believe now they do make their way into the winners bracket. I believe, anyway. I'm sure there'll be confirmation very soon about that. That is it for the night, however. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow, John, which is going to be a lot of fun because that is when the playoffs start.
Oh, yeah.
So tomorrow is playoff day. And I believe we are going to be starting with the matchup with Fnatic. I'm just not exactly sure who is going to be versing Fnatic. But we will find out, I think in a few minutes. It should update. We should have an answer to that. John, do you have any final words before we depart for the night?
Yeah, hopefully everyone has had fun. There was a lot of action today. Probably some of the best games we've seen so far, in my opinion, came out today. Really good way to close off that group stage. If you did enjoy, of course, you can catch me and Mike on Twitter. It's at MLP Dota and at John Xfire. I'm on Facebook as well if you want. JohnXfire.gaming. Otherwise, we'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Thank you for that, John. By the way, I did just get an update. So we are going to have Boom in the winner bracket. RR will be going down to the lower bracket now. So for all you Boom esports fans, they are going up to the upper bracket. And RR, unfortunately for any fans of RR, are going to the lower bracket, where I believe they'll be up against GeekFam in round 1. Or somebody in round 1, in fact, not GeekFam, because they're going to be waiting for their opponents. But yeah. It is MLP Donut, it's John X Fire. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more SEA